Still waiting on a couple of schools, but in the meantime, we're about to begin in just a few moments. I ask if anyone has any cell phone or electronic devices, if they can please turn that on silent so that we won't have any interruptions while you guys are performing your marvelous plays today. And I just want to let you guys know too that before your play, before your time to perform, we'll have the lovely Marta Howard come and grab you guys. She's right there. Oh, wait, Marta, she's right there in the back. She's going to take you guys out into the hallway, and you can just wait until we'll bring you back on the stage. And as the performance before you ends, we'll bring you back on stage, and then you can get set up, okay? Alrighty, thank you guys for coming today and for your participation. And like I said, we'll get started in just a few moments.
Hello and welcome to the 33rd CCIU Annual Shakespeare Festival. I'm so excited to be seeing what you all will be doing today. But it's been quite a while since I've actually tread the boards of the theater, doing shows like Much Ado About Nothing, Taming of the Shrew, The Merchant of Venice, and of course, Romeo and Juliet, which made me famous in England and then later in America. You see, oh, let me introduce myself. My name is Fanny Kemble. My family was very well-known acting family in England, but I'm here today basically to tell you a little bit about Shakespeare's life. You probably know so much about it already, but we'll cover the basics. But also something new. I wanted to explain to you a bit about Shakespeare in America, because I did come here and spend many years, in fact, and then back and forth, doing what I have done all my life, and that is performing. But you will not believe what my latest performance was in my career. It was this. I discovered how wonderful it was to do readings of Shakespeare. And I would go out and all over the country, actually, and do these specially designed presentations, a one-woman presentation in a way. And it was a many years long opportunity for me to do acting in a new way. But now, enough about me. I'm going to tell you something about the bard. All right, first, has any of you ever wondered what a bard is? Who knows? Anyone? Yes? You are absolutely right. Sometimes they talk about great tribulations, great lives, historical things, and acts of love, stories of war. Thank you. I see this is going to be a good active audience for all my questions. I already know that now. All right, so there was Shakespeare, the bard, and he was born in England, in Stratford-upon-Avon, on April 23rd of 1564. By the way, the old Julian calendar today, it would have been May 3rd, actually, in the new calendar, the Gregorian. Have you heard of those? It all changed, and everything was pushed back, dates changed, your birthday would have been different if you were born in that period of time, but it's the way of life. And now we are still operating on the Gregorian calendar. I'm just throwing that in as a little bit of added information which you can drop to all your friends. His father, John, was a glove maker, and his mother's maiden name was Mary Arden. Shakespeare married a woman named Anne Hathaway, and they had 3 children, Susanna, Hamlet, and Judith. He wrote at least 37 plays, 154 sonnets, and many poems. And coming around full circle, he died on his own birthday in 1616. What a celebration. He was glad to, he said, I've had a good life, and now it's time for me to take my final bow on my own birthday. And he was buried in Stratford-upon-Avon. The end. Well, now that I've told you the basics of Shakespeare's life, let's get back to America. I plan to tell you something today about the way Shakespeare was done and who did it here in this country. Well, you may not know it, but the 19th century had American as well as English stars who performed his plays to great, great acclaim. Many of these actors came to Philadelphia to perform. My own father, Charles Kemble, was a famous actor. And he and I appeared at your Walnut Street Theater in Philadelphia. Has anyone been there? Good, isn't it lovely? What a beautiful place. And I was just 20 years old the first time I acted in a play. I guess I was about 23 by the time I made it to Walnut Street Theater. But there were other people as well. A woman named Charlotte Cushman. She was an amazing actress. She was also the manager at the Walnut Street Theater for a while, but that was long after it opened in 1808 with, can anyone guess what it opened with? Any idea? Who here thinks it might have been a Shakespearean play? Well, it would have been a good guess. If I didn't know better, I'd have raised my hand also. But no, it opened with a different name. It was called The New Circus, and it opened with an entertaining horse act. What do you think of that? Anyway, I'm told it's America's oldest theater, and it's also, I'm told, your official state theater of Pennsylvania and a national treasure, which doesn't surprise me a bit. Now, who else might have acted there? Well, to begin, yes, did someone raise their hand back there? Who else do you know might have acted there? Well, then I will tell you. That's why I'm here today. The Booth brothers, Edwin Junius and John Wilkes Booth, appeared in Philadelphia many times, but John, of course, is not remembered for his acting as much he is for the fact that he assassinated our beloved President Abraham Lincoln after the Civil War. Now, Edwin at that time was a part owner of the Walnut Street Theater, and he was so mortified by what his brother did that he quit acting and became a silent partner at the Walnut Street Theater. Now, do you like my costume? Oh, thank you. Thank you. As in your own time, I've heard that costumes look more like the styles of the time you live in than they did as Elizabethan dress. But, well, one more like the dresses of the 1840s for me, the time when I gave my first dramatic readings. Now, women did not appear on stage in Shakespeare's time, really. It was considered inappropriate. But in 1660, Mrs. Hughes appeared as Desdemona in Othello. And finally, both men and women were in productions, I'm glad to say, since acting became my career. Now, let's see. I hope they're ready. E.N. Pierce Middle School's presentation with an intriguing title. I can't wait to see what they do with it. It's called What If It Be True? Give them a big round of applause.
Time, space, reality. It is more than a linear path. It is a prism of endless possibility, whether a single choice can branch out into infinite realities, creating alternate worlds from the ones we know. I am the Watcher. I am thy guide through these vast new realities. Today we focus on a story you probably have heard before, in which a prophecy is delivered.
All hail Macbeth, hail to thee, Thane of Glamis. All hail Macbeth, hail to thee, Thane of Cawdor.
All hail Macbeth, thou shalt be king hereafter.
Hail,
Hail, hail.
lesser than Macbeth, and greater, not so happy yet much happier.
Thou shalt sire kings though thou be none, so all hail Macbeth and Banquo.
Banquo and Macbeth, all hail.
A murder was planned.
So my husband has been prophesied to ascend to power. Glorious news, but I fear he has not the strength to commit the deeds that must be done in order to ensure this prophecy's fruition. No matter, I will handle the plan. This is an opportunity fools to miss. I will not let him mess this up.
All morals are questioned, but what if we twisted the strings of fate? Experimented with the path of destiny. Follow me and ponder the question, what if it be true?
If it were done when 'tis done, then 'twere well. If it were done quickly, if the assassination could trammel up the conscience and catch with a Circe's success. That but this blow might be the be-all and end-all here. But here, on this bed. What are you doing? Why do you dare on my soliloquy?
Huh? What did I do?
Nothing. I was just pondering murder.
What was that about murder?
Nothing. I'm just trying to take away the king's life, that's all.
Oh, do you need my help? I am a magical fairy.
Why not? Don't know what I'm doing with my life anyways. Sure, remember, you're just trying to take away the king's life with this. Now, come on. It's over this way. You have to turn.
Are you serious? You are such a coward that you hired someone else to kill him for you?
I don't know. What else was I supposed to do?
Just do it yourself.
Did you hear me? There was a naive little fairy who probably would have gotten himself killed if I hadn't told him to do something.
I don't know. You could have given him to me. I thought I could have figured something out.
Are you sure? I think he knows magic.
I don't underestimate me. Besides, you know these fairies are. Oh, probably his best.
Why's your dagger clean?
Instead of being 63, he is 3. What's happening? Why no bowing down?
Why would you...
Isn't this what you wanted? I took away his life.
It's an expression! You fool. I can't believe I trusted you.
I told you he would mess this up.
What is going on
King
here?
Duncan, are you okay?
He did a spell on me. What is this, witchcraft?
Look what you've done, Macbeth.
Macbeth, did you do this?
No, I swear, this isn't what it appears to be.
Speak the truth, Macbeth. Are you okay? No. Kill him! Macbeth, you know you must.
Stop! basis of Hamlet is quite simple. Hamlet's father, King Hamlet, was killed by his brother, Claudius. The guards find the ghost of Hamlet's father many days later and notify Hamlet. Hamlet then finds the ghost, who says,
I am thy father's spirit, doomed for a certain term to walk the night. Revenge is foul and most unnatural murder.
Murder?
Murder as in the best it is, most foul. You must promise me something, my son.
Anything.
You must go forth and spill the blood of our blood. You must avenge me. King Claudius must pay for his debt.
the stage is set, and all morals are questioned. But what if we twisted the strings of fate, experimented with the path of destiny? Follow me and ponder the question, what if it be true?
Who are you and what are you doing here?
I'm Puck.
You seem tired. Can I offer you a cup of tea?
Oh, yes, please.
So, who are you exactly?
Well, who are you?
What do you mean, who are you? I'm Hamlet. You know, like, the Prince of Denmark Hamlet? Wait, are you Puck? I was told of your arrival and could use help with something. Could you, by chance, take care of something for me? I want to kill the king.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Great. If you step outside, you'll see a huge castle. The first door on the right is his throne room. Be careful, he's heavily guarded.
He who gladly accepts, misunderstands. Puck's naivety will be his undoing.
Oh, what to do, what to do? All right, something with the King of Denmark? I feel like I'm supposed to kill him. Wait, no, if Hamlet didn't want that, then he'd be super mad. Oh, that little brat. Oh, that stupid little fairy Puck.
Okay, what are you doing here? This is my house.
Yeah, but I'm your uncle's friend.
And you know Puck?
Sure, I know him. He turned the King of Denmark's feet into hands and hands into feet.
Calm down, Puck isn't here anymore. I'm sure he can't hurt Claudius.
Oh, Puck, you are done for. Oh, that is it. In redemption for the King of Denmark's feet and hands, I challenge you to a duel, Hamlet.
No, it's on.
Oh, I'd better put Puck out before he gets hurt. Now we focus on a play not known by many. We start in a royal palace where an old king decides to split his land between his 3 daughters.
So tell me, my daughters, which of you shall we say doth love us most?
Oh, Father, I love you more than words can wield the matter, dearer than eyesight, space, liberty, beyond what can be valued, rich or rare, no less than life, with grace, health, beauty, honor.
Yeah, what she said. All nice and pretty and stuff. You're the best.
Oh yes, thank you, daughters. And you, Cordelia, what do you have to say to your father?
Nothing, my lord. Unhappy that I am, I cannot heave my heart into words. I love his majesty according to my bond, no more nor less.
Cordelia doesn't think her love can be expressed through mere showy words, so she says little, causing King Lear to banish her.
And here I disclaim all my parental care, hence, and avoid my sight. So be my grave as I give her father's heart from her.
Now Lear's kingdom is split between his 2 other daughters. Meanwhile, Regan and her husband Cornwall believe that the Earl of Gloucester has betrayed them and they plan to kill him. All morals are questioned, but what if we twisted the strings of fate, experimented with the path of destiny? Follow me and ponder the question, what if it be true?
I heard you mutter the name Gloucester. Is, he your friend?
He was. I'm disgusted to have called him anything but a leech. He's conspired with the enemy. I was a fool to trust him.
Well, you have to do something.
You seem like a curious little fellow. I've never met one so eager to dive into one's life story before. Tell me, what's in it for you? If I'm not mistaken, it seems like that fairy is dying to do our dirty work for us.
We might as well use that to our advantage. Imagine how much gold and land we could get if we stopped him from killing Gloucester.
Say, if we let him kill Gloucester, and then we killed him. In the king's eyes, we're forever the loyal noble, deserving of praise, gold, and land. Now, where would that little fairy be?
I'm afraid it's Gloucester's time to go, and you're going to be the one to end his miserable existence.
Well, who would have guessed? Now go get me a carriage because we have a murder to commit. Oh, how I miss my father, dearly I do. Shall I go to his kingdom? But will I be welcome? I thought he'd understand that mere flowery words don't mean anything to me. I could try to change his spirits. I will, I must, I shall. You there, tell my maids to gather my wardrobe. I shall be off before nightfall. So, why do you want Gloucester dead anyway?
If you really must know, I want him dead for the reason everyone has. I want gold and land, and by killing Gloucester, the king will provide it. I will do it. I will kill Gloucester and spin a tale of Regan. Yes, the king will surely have me leaving with carriages full of gold.
Dinner? My goodness, it seems as if time has just flown away. Come in. I heard rabbit stew was being prepared. The rabbits from the most recent hunting trip were quite hearty after all.
I'll put the rest in the stew.
Oh, is it rabbit pie? If so, I'd request that tomorrow I be served stew.
I'm afraid you might not see it tomorrow.
You're the king's daughters. Tell me, does he want me dead? I'll do anything, anything. Please just let me see the light of the years yet to come.
We're simply getting rid of a threat to the king. So, say your goodbyes, wish death upon us all, but know these will be your last moments, so I would cherish them. Cornwall, step aside so Puck can proceed in executing this noble death. No, Cornwall!
It was for the better. I had to kill myself or the king would never believe us.
You betrayed me. This was not the plan. You just ruined my life. I shall treat you as all traitors be treated, punishment of a dishonorable death. You convinced him, didn't you?
I may have put a few words into his ears.
I hope you live terribly. I hope you live terrible. I hope you die lonely in a pit of despair.
Such theatrics. Now, off I go to see the king. Knock, knock.
Who is there?
Friend of Regan.
Regan?
I brought news bearing her, Cornwall, and Gloucester.
Regan? I fear she is quite short with me lately. Is she all right? Oh, also, I'm so hungry. How delicious a nice warm rabbit stew would be right now.
Let me in, and I shall tell you.
What news do you bring of Regan? What is my disgrace of a daughter done now? Is she plotting to kill me?
I have killed your daughter.
What? You must be joking. No, you have taken away the greatest joy of my life. I do not care that she is a disgrace, for she loved me once and that is enough. Now you shall die.
Father, no!
I hope you feel everything you've done to me when I rip your heart out.
Stop! Enough of you destroying these stories and almost getting yourself killed.
At least put me in a different story.
Fine. Matters to you that much, I'll find one last story. Julius Caesar has returned from war and is being celebrated as the emperor. but he refuses. His actions have aroused the senators Cassius and Brutus. Cassius has become extremely jealous and angry of Caesar's opportunity, while Brutus has a more balanced view. Together they meet up with Casca the conspirator, and altogether they plan the demise of Caesar. All morals are questioned, but what if we twisted the strings of fate, experimented with the path of destiny? Follow me and ponder the question, what if it be true?
Caesar must be planning something. Nobody would turn down the position of emperor.
I agree. Whatever he's planning needs to be stopped.
But how will we do that? He has a whole crowd of people rooting for him. He has a whole fan club.
Let's kill him. Good idea, but there are other things, other elements to consider. Like? I don't want to get caught, okay? Imagine what it would do to my reputation. Well, I can't kill him alone. I need you to help. It's easy. It's just stab, stab.
It's not that easy, Cassius.
No, really. It's just... Oh my god. Who are you?
I'm Puck. I overheard your conversation.
Don't tell anyone or we'll kill you.
Oh, don't worry. I want to help.
And how is someone like you going to help?
I'll kill him for you.
This is madness. How can we possibly trust you?
You can't, but just let me do it. I'll get the job done.
You just said that we can't trust you.
Just give us a moment.
Okay. We've decided to trust you. Don't make us regret it.
What? You weren't actually supposed to kill him.
But they told me to.
That's because you failed at doing every other task correctly, so this time I gave you a task you were supposed to fail. Because you killed Caesar, there should be an angry mob coming after you any second now.
Wait, what? There he is! That's who killed Caesar.
They shall not go unpunished.
After him! He mustn't get away!
So, where did he go?
I don't know. He couldn't have gone down any of these passageways. Wait, did you guys notice that? I thought I heard something. Gosh, this castle is so confusing. Let's just split up.
I don't think so. Let's just pick a way to go.
Hello. Surprised to see me? Let me summon the others. I would like to think most of you are not very fond of Puck.
No, we weren't.
Everyone calm down. We are in the world of Julius Caesar. Puck, who has wronged you all, is just past that door. He has declared himself the ruler.
Well, let's go get him.
Yes, that is the point, but because most of you do not belong in this world, it has begun to slowly crumble. If we want to make it out alive, we must move quickly.
Yeah, like he said. Follow me.
There he is.
We've come to kill you.
Oh, will you?
Why are you so calm?
I don't know. How about you come up here and see?
What was that, you wizard?
Stop yelling in my ear.
Stop yelling at mine.
You started it.
Stop it, both of you.
What do you want? What do we do now?
I know. How about we play a little game?
Enough games. Swords. Now.
No. Give me a couple of days.
We don't have time for this. It needs to happen now. If we rush them all at once,
No. I'll compromise. Give me a couple of hours.
to avoid another spell, I suggest we comply.
2 hours, no more.
Death games, death games. Oh, what's this? Poison immunity spell. Okay, I think I have an idea. I must say the spell exactly right. For
Venini immunitatum te almo matrin suam noc tu hoc harmon mors tua mors? Okay, that should work. Now, off I go to create chaos and murder most foul.
No more delays. Get to the point. What are we doing?
We're going to play a little game. One of these has poison, the rest are normal. You may swap them around however you like.
And why should we trust you?
Because I will also drink. Fine. And besides, you have no choice. Here, give me that.
No, give me that back. You're trying to poison me.
Stop squabbling, you idiotic children.
Does anyone's look a little different?
Maybe mine? These are horrible odds. I demand a change immediately. Okay. I'll take the poison off you, Cordelia.
How dare you try to poison my Cordelia?
It wasn't me. Okay. One of these is for me. The rest, the other one, you all will share.
Happening? Am I dying?
Yes, yes!
I suppose so. At least if I cannot bring down this foul fairy, I can go to the grave of peace, that you are coming with me. I can't die like this. I'm a prince.
Goodbye to this world. You have been so kind to me.
How tragic. It seems in trying to remove one tyrant, we allowed a more monstrous one to take its place.
I have been fooled. Goodbye, Father.
No, look, her lips. There, she must be alive.
I told you we could not be trusted, my love. Now we both pay.
You always have to be right. I love you.
You fools! You absolute fools! I have used an immunity spell. Do you know how stupid you all look? Fooled by a fairy who's now the overlord of your world.
Fate of this sad time we must obey, but events occur, no matter what we say. Messing with fate causes great distress, but letting life happen lets life progress.
Thank you, E.N. Pierce, people. Shakespeare would have been delighted, I think, to see what can be done with some of his material. And I can tell the audience really enjoyed what they saw here on this wonderful stage. In the early years, many acting companies toured around from town to town, announcing their production and setting up the basic performance areas, and often plays were put on for religious reasons and the holidays. Some people objected to these plays being put on, and there were regulations enacted. In 1590, it said that plays must not be about religious subjects or controversies. Puritans who lived in that time and in and around London, they found that the theater was morally offensive, and its presenting biblical and religious plays was particularly objectionable. And now the audience, my goodness, when they didn't like what they saw, well, anything could happen. If something went wrong, when the actors came into town, it was usually blamed on the players. Can you imagine? And crowds destroyed their possessions and even beat them. Audiences sometimes broke into rival factions, and there were riots. Once, when players arrived and held a fundraiser for charity in one town, the townspeople took it as an insult and trashed the company's stage area and props. What a tough life to live. But in London, things were changing. Theaters were being run now by professionals, and that was new. Plays were being presented in outdoor public theaters, new private ones, and better built ones that elite patrons could attend. By Shakespeare's time, he was writing for and working in several theaters, including the Globe, Newington Butts, the Rose Theatre, the Swan Theatre, the Inn Yards, the Curtain Theatre, and Blackfriars, which was, well, he was one of the shareholders there. For more than half of his career in London, Shakespeare shared in the enterprise of the Lord Chamberlain King's Men Company as an actor. He was a patented member and a dramatist, at first at the Globe, and then both at the Globe and Blackfriars at the same time. Shakespeare didn't write much about America, did he? Well, it was the New World at that time, and writing about kings and queens was more to his liking, except that maybe The Tempest, which could have been set possibly in a place like Bermuda. I'll bet you think everything got better and there were no more riots. Well, you'd be wrong. When my Uncle John Kemble's theater burned down, he rebuilt it, and he put in private boxes on the top level. To do this, he had to reduce the gallery where poor people were usually admitted, and then he raised the prices as well. Covent Garden's audiences despised this new edition as being exclusive, and they went on a rampage to get back the OP, old prices. He had a sign that he put up saying that he apologized, but that wasn't good enough. They made him sign an agreement, and he lowered prices, publicly apologized to the audience for his arrogance. Then there were more riots because he didn't remove the offending box seats. I think it was the error of the riot, don't you? Well, they may have thought this was great fun, which some did, but the theater never recovered from the expenses, and it was after that that London theaters became more circus-like, and it included specialty acrobatic acts after a tragedy or musical entertainment in the middle of a serious production, and Shakespearean plays suffered as a result of this. It's too bad because the wonderful actors who appeared in so many of the Bard's plays found themselves overworked, underpaid, and placed second on a program after a trained dog act. With that said, it's time to see what's up next. Here is Penns Grove Middle School with another interesting title, Shakespeare's Got Talent. Welcome them.
muse the fire that would ascend, the brightest heaven of invention. A kingdom for a stage, princes to act, and monarchs to behold the swelling sea. Good evening, mortals. Robin Goodfellow here, and welcome to Shakespeare's Got Talent.
The show where you don't have to have talent to be considered talented. Does a talentless man doth think he is talented, while a talentless man doth know he is talented. Wait, that's not how it goes, I think.
Who are you?
A perfect stranger if you don't know me, and myself if you do.
Excuse me, but what are you doing here? If you hadn't noticed, we're on television with a live studio audience.
I sure hope they're alive. It would be super awkward to be performing in front of a bunch of dead people. Although I suppose we wouldn't have to worry about cable ratings for audiences deceased.
Look, my name is Robin Goodfellow. You can call me Puck. You know, one of the fairy folk. I scare milkmaids, confuse people's GPS systems, mess up cell phone reception, that kind of thing. And who are you?
I have many yous, my friend, but I'm only one who. You see, I am the fool.
The fool?
That's right. Every Shakespeare's play has a fool in it, and I'm he. Better a witty fool than a foolish wit, I always say.
But what are you doing here? I don't see any left fool amongst the contestants. Are you a last-minute addition?
Well, no. I don't actually compete or take part in anything. I usually just had wise simple commentary and had much-needed comedy to pretty dry and depressing scenes. 2 words. King, Lear. I can get away with being cheeky to everyone because I am the fool. Or am I?
Yeah, whatever. Look, I need to introduce the judges, okay?
Don't mind me. I like this space and I could willingly use some time in it.
All right, mortals. Our first judge for tonight's show is one star-crossed lover. From 2 households, both alike in dignity in fair Verona, where we don't lay our scene. This hopeless romantic enjoys partying, spending time with friends, wall climbing, and dueling. Please welcome Montauk Romeo.
Must I be here? Any moment away, my fair Juliet is torment beyond comprehension. I die without her.
Being a fool, I completely understand. Lovers and fools have much in common, although fools make much better company.
Please, don't speak to me. I am bringing to mind memories of my fair Juliet's face to sustain me.
Creepy. I sure hope this Juliet has put a restraining order on this guy. Complete nutjob, if you ask me.
Right there, my wise, foolish friend. Now, ladies and gentlemen, our next judge joins us from the 1500s. When he's not ruling Scotland, his hobbies include feasting, killing and surgeons, horseback riding, and spending time with his 2 sons, Malcolm and Donald Blaine. Let's give a royal round of welcome to King Duncan.
Thank you. You're all too kind.
And our final judge for tonight's show joins us from 44 BC. This man has done it all, from conquering the Gauls to being elected dictator of life by the Romans. Please welcome Julius Caesar.
Who are you? I'm so sorry, but Caesar was assassinated this afternoon by my husband Brutus and a few of his friends in the Senate. For the Republic, you know? Everything in Rome is a bit of a mess, I'm afraid. Rioting in the streets, civil war breaking out. You understand, I'm sure. I thought I'd step in to judge if that's all right. I'll probably go home and swallow some hot coals after this.
What a silly thing to kill yourself over. Not for love. That is the most noble reason to die. Or pining for love, as I am now, is surely more lethal than hot coals.
Hey, Puck, you're almost ready to start?
Oh, hey, Beth, sure, I remember you.
These contestants back here are really starting to give me the creeps, especially these 3 weird sisters. They said they're brewing some sort of soup in the staff room, but it doesn't smell like soup to me. I mean, I heard one of them say that they squished dog tongue in their purse. Who puts dog tongue in soup? I'd like to know.
Dog tongue, did you say? You must have misheard. Anyways, we're almost ready to start.
Great.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who are new to our show, this is how Shakespeare Got Talent works. Each contestant will perform their act. If the judge doesn't like what they see, then they will hold up their X card. If a contestant receives 3 X's, they're out. If they complete their act without receiving a single X, then they will proceed straight to our final round. Our first contestant is a regional beauty in our hometown of Padua. Let's give it up for the Italian singing sensation, Bianca.
Her? She is not fair compared to my illustrious Juliet. Her eyes are dull rocks compared to the stars in my Juliet's eyes.
Thank you for having me here tonight. I just wanted to say, Sister Katerina.
Sister, you call me? Sister indeed. To leave me home by myself while you, our father's favorite, performs on national television, singing away like the lark as I sit at home like an old goose. You seek to embarrass me, put me to shame. You little goody two-shoes. Home with you. Home, I say.
Sister, please, Katerina, let go,
please, I'm telling Daddy.
Now that is a shrew. Oh, it's like calling her a shrew is a very shrewd observation, Portia.
Well, let's bring out our next contestant, shall we? Up next is a traveling troupe of troubadours. Denmark's finest are here for your performing pleasure. Let's give it up for Hamlet, Prince of Denmark, and his troupe of wandering performers. Give them a hand, mortals, come on!
Thank you. Tonight we will be performing a short plan that I've written myself for this very occasion.
Do you think they're threatening us?
I do, lassie.
No harm in just letting them go on, you think?
No harm in that.
I am too distraught from being parted from my dearest, loveliest Juliet to pay attention to anything. You killed my father and drove my sister to madness. On guard, sir. Prepare to duel, to the death. Have at thee, I say.
Are you asking to play a duel with me? With the Pope?
Look, Prime Minister said we can't have swords on the scene. Being a family show or anything. Improvise with me here.
Your pillow looks harder than mine.
Yeah, but yours is lighter. So vote for speech, you know?
True. To fight a duel with a pillow, or not to fight a duel with a pillow, that is the question. Whether this moment to not be seen on television, or go ahead and pound the sky. All right then, I'm in. Let's do this. Have at thee.
Hey! They didn't finish their act.
So that means they aren't going on to the next round, huh?
A shame. For an act involving pillows, that certainly didn't make me sleepy.
You ready for the next contestant?
Send them out.
With pleasure. The sooner these secret, dark, and midnight hags get out of here, the sooner they can fly their broomsticks away.
Okay.
You're up, ladies.
I'm tickling in my thumb. Something wicked this way comes.
Yeah. Stop saying that every time you see me. What's your talent anyway?
We have many talents, many dark as a moonless night, but the futures of others we shall enlight.
What's with the rhyming? You guys do that all the time?
Pete, always just rhyme. Didn't you learn that in school? Makes it sound sinister. What are you, a simple fool?
Actually, I am a simple fool. Fifth generation. Although, they were only simpletons on my mother's side. Can you imagine what it was like if my brother wanted to get into politics? Such a disappointment to the family. Although I suppose that profession does attract a lot of fools.
Predictions? Huh? Oh, really? And what's my prediction? To be bored for 30 minutes listening to you three make a prediction to how everyone's going to be fabulously wealthy, meet tall, dark strangers or whatever?
All hail Macbeth. Hail to thee, Thane of Glamis.
All hail Macbeth, hail to thee, Thane of Cawdor.
All hail Macbeth. You shall be a judge in Shakespeare's Got Talent, 'tis true.
You judge you shall be, and only a man not born of woman can stop you.
A judge? No way.
You voted yourself already? No, this cannot be. You have only listened to one prophecy.
This is blatant discrimination against hags, I suspect.
For example, you, Portia, flying on coals shall be your end. Force of darkness revealed this to me, my friend.
Yeah, I already knew I was planning to do that.
And ye, Romeo, do you want to know what your future shall hold? For indeed, young lover, I'll tell you what has been foretold.
Is it good?
Eventually, the two families, the Montagues and the Capulets, will reconcile, just as they should. So I suppose your Juliet's future is good.
I knew it. Love will conquer all. Oh, I must wait until my sweet Juliet.
Sit down, Romeo. You still have a show to judge, remember?
How can I judge when there exists such a Juliet in the world?
Look, if I can put off killing myself, then surely you can put off seeing your beloved for a little while longer. You're so dramatic.
Oh yeah? Me? Dramatic? Really? You were the one who was to swallow burning coals. And for what? Some outdated sense of honor? Romance. And burning coals? Seriously? Couldn't you come up with a less painful way to die? That has to be one of the worst ways to go. Swallowing coals?
Excuse me, but we're trying to do our talent here. Yeah, listen to us. We still have no prophecies to share.
Hey, you've already been voted off the show.
What about that lady in the second row? They have a right to the future.
Look, she doesn't want to know.
Yes, I do. What's going to happen to me?
Let us away. Let us go home, sisters three. Come, we are not wanted. What fools these mortals be.
Hey, that's my line.
Home we shall quickly fly. Perhaps not too much of our favorite show, America's Got Talent, has gone by.
True, that's why friends this lame show. Come, come, to the television. Let us go.
Fair is foul and foul is fair. Cover through the fog and filthy air.
But I want to find out what happened to me. Bring it up, please, please.
Wait, I didn't get my fortune told.
You wanted your fortune told?
Well, no. I'll usually end off with full anyway.
Hey, Pop, there are 3 girls here who aren't really on the schedule to perform, but they really, really wanted a chance. Can I send them in to talk to you just for a minute?
We're supposed to stick to the list.
I know, but they just said the nicest things, really.
Well, I suppose we could make an exception. Just this once, but it better be fast. Performing live here.
Thanks, Pop.
Hey there, laddie. That prophecy this witch has made, pretty ridiculous, eh?
Yeah, totally ridiculous. Hey, Duncan, do you want to join me backstage for a minute?
What for?
Yeah, I can't really say, but I'll show you when we get back there.
But we're in the middle of judging.
It'll only take a second of this time, honest. Hey, girls, you can go on.
Oh, thank you, thank you. Most magnanimous and gifted of us. Such genius was never seen on cable as you, dear Puck. A true word has never been spoken on around here. Puck here is indeed a most wonderful host, truly, and so kind to letting us come on stage when we aren't on the roster. Too kind, too gracious for words.
Well, thank you, ladies.
What about me? I think I would have been a good host too.
But dear Reagan, let us not forget the amazing judges.
Well, what about me? I'm the comedic relief.
Indeed, sister, indeed. For never has there in the history of competitive reality television shows ever been such a panel of amazing judges. I mean, they are the talented ones, the astonishing individuals with the talent in Shakespeare's Got Talent, are they not? Indeed. I was never ambitious myself, and am not tempted by the prize money and fame of winning Shakespeare's Got Talent. But frankly, the prospect of meeting with such illustrious judges as
Their names are Portia, Romeo, and Duncan.
Portia, Romeo, and King Duncan. Such wonderful names. They reek of talent.
Their names aren't Portia, Romeo, and King Duncan. They're Portia, Romeo, and King Duncan. And if you even bothered looking at the judges' table, King Duncan isn't even here right now. Look, judges, we'd all really like the opportunity to perform. We've been working on a great dance number. Will you?
Please, most illustrious genial judges, to perform for you would give my life meaning. Performing for you 3 is my only ambition in life. I am left in darkness without you. Darkness, I say.
Well, you did say a lot of flattering things about us.
All of it is true, dearest Portia.
Portia.
Whatever.
But that isn't gonna cut it. Sorry, but you didn't go through the very rigorous audition process. You can't compete. You agree, Romeo?
I swear, by the fairy's white hand of my Juliet, that I do. Sorry, but no amount of brown nosing is gonna change our minds.
Worth a try. Worked on that. What it be thou to the hags of hell, contemptuous space-born Romeo, and thou Portio, thou lump of deformity, never hung fouler poison on fouler toad. Thou art unfit for any place but hell. Come on, sister dearest, let's clear out of here. They do infect my nerves.
Sorry about that.
That's okay. I do feel bad for poor Portio and Romeo. Pretty bad insults. Don't know what I would do if someone insulted me like that.
Yes, sorry. They don't take kindly to not getting their way. But thank you for seeing us.
Better luck next time. Better 3 hours too soon than a minute too late, I always say.
Goodbye, gentle fool. I, at the very least, think you'd make an excellent judge if you had the humor for the job. Thanks again, judges.
Strange. King Duncan isn't back yet.
I don't think so. I wouldn't be surprised if he didn't come back at all. But don't listen to me. I'm only a fool.
Well, he needs to get back out here. We still have several contestants left on Shakespeare's Got Talent.
Macbeth, where's King Duncan?
Yeah, him, he left.
Left? In the middle of the show?
Yeah, weird, huh?
Does that mean this show's over and I'm getting turned to the arms of my beloved?
No, Romeo. And he just left? Why?
I don't know.
Strange. I would say something is rotten in the state of Denmark.
Whatever happens, we need a 3rd judge. What about you, fool? You up for a little judging?
Me? Whoa. Like I said, I don't actually take part in anything. I usually just add much needed comedy to pretty dry and depressing scenes.
I know I'm just a stage manager, but I could judge.
Yeah, you judge, Macbeth. Call up the next contestant.
Next contestant.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, Our next contestant is one island who you don't want to get shipwrecked on. This powerful sorcerer can conjure up a storm unlike any other. When he's not practicing magic, this dominant magician enjoys spending time with his daughter Miranda. Let's give it up for Prospero and his assistant airy spirit Ariel.
You know, Ariel, I did set you free. You don't no longer have to serve me anymore.
All hail, grave master, grave sir, hail. I come to serve thy best pleasure, be it to fly, to swim, to dive into the fire, to ride on the curled clouds, to thy strong bidding task. Ariel in all his qualities. Just kidding, no way am I serving you again.
What are you here for, then?
What can I say? I'll do anything to be on national television, even be an assistant to you.
I can't say, Prospero, how excited I was to see that you would be performing on Shakespeare's Got Talent. What kind of magic show are you going to be doing for us today? Are you going to do a powerful love potion? Are you going to conjure up a storm?
Actually, I swore off magic and destroyed all my spellbooks when Miranda and I left the island.
You did what? But the roster, it says you'd be doing a magic show. How can you do a magic show without any magic?
Well, not real magic, obviously. I've been practicing card tricks now that Miranda's married off. I might even learn some cool tricks with this handkerchief.
Card tricks? Magic tricks with handkerchiefs? The great Prospero causes the storm to shipwreck sailors, and a fairy in a servitude is doing card tricks?
I would like to say, technically I did most of that stuff, like causing the tempest when it's under his control. So really me, not him.
So what? Can I start where actor already? I have a few doves up my sleeve, and believe me, they're starting to get a good jumpy after being down there a while.
Hiding doves up your sleeve? The great Prospero I know admired to make a dove out of thin air. Get off the stage, now.
But, I want to see his magic show.
Aren't you too busy pining the loss of your beloved to enjoy a magic show?
Oh yeah, right. Sorry. But this isn't fair. I want to be on national television.
You get off the stage too, you airy spirit. Now, ladies and gentlemen, for our next contestant, I certainly am not making much ado about nothing about these two. These two quick-witted performers will leave you delighted with their singing abilities. Let's give it up for Beatrice and Benedict.
I am so glad I am not backstage with those two anymore. The way they bicker, and let me tell you, thank you for coming out here tonight.
Well, I couldn't let Benedict here down. I know how desperate he was to perform with me.
Me? Desperate to perform with you? We both know you were the one desperate to perform with me.
Indeed. Why, did my cousins Margot and Ursula are much deceived. They swear you did.
They swore you were almost sick for me.
They swore you were like dead for me.
'Tis no such matter. Then you do not want to perform with me?
No, truly.
Wow. This is awkward.
Well, we will never let them trick us again, shall we?
Certainly not.
Well, that was certainly much ado about nothing.
Sorry, Judge, I certainly don't do much. This wasn't really worth it.
Worth what, might I ask?
Nothing.
I am incapable of doing anything. Pining for the loss of my Juliet leaves me incapable of concentrating on such trivial matters, such as this show and all its contestants.
I'll tell you, infected. Turn, hellhound.
Macduff, this sound guy? I just think I got a text message from one of the witches. Macbeth, Macbeth, Macbeth. But where Macduff? Great, now they tell me.
That's right, Macbeth. It's me, Macduff. I'll tell you, and I know your crime. This false name, this tyrant, tied up and gagged King Duncan backstage in the broom closet.
But how did you find out? I thought none born of women should harm Macbeth.
I am not born of women. I was untimely ripped from my mother's womb at death. Now let us duel to the death.
With what? The prop master won't let us use swords, and I'm so not fighting with pillows.
Pillows? Never. That's why I brought these rubber chickens.
You want to fight me to the death with a rubber chicken?
I have no words. My voice is in my rubber chicken. Thou bloodier villain than me can give terms out.
Really, Macduff? That won't be necessary. Macbeth, thank you for assisting me. It's not like you murdered me and take my crown or anything.
Yeah, I would so never do that.
Anyway, Macduff, you back to your sound booth. Macbeth, you back to your stage managing duties.
How much longer must I wait, imprisoned here? Surely death shall take me soon, as I am so deprived of my loved one.
If your love is half as true as your whining is irritating, then there has never been such a love-struck fool.
Thanks, I think.
Well, we only have one contestant left on Shakespeare's Got Talent. She's singing a great love number. Let's give it up for Venetian beauty Desdemona.
Stop the show. Stop it, I say.
Hello, darling. I'm sorry, everyone. This is my husband I follow. Hello, dearest. Whatever's the matter?
Don't feign innocence with me. I know what you've been up to.
I just want to sing a song for the show, dearest. That's all.
Sing a song as if this is a talent show? Igo told me all about that.
About what?
Don't feign innocence with me. I know you've been starring on a dating show.
Sorry to interrupt your little lovers' quarrel, but this is a talent show. Shakespeare's Got Talent.
Don't cover up for this strumpet, kind lady.
No, really, good sir. This is a talent show. I swear by my fair lady, the beauteous Juliet, that I speak the truth. You are sadly mistaken in your accusations.
I can show you my roster if you don't believe me. See, here at the top, Shakespeare's Got Talent. And under Desdemona, contestant singing.
Oh, hello, darling. I feel silly.
That's all right, darling. Why don't we go home? I mean, I really did one before, but there will be other performances. After all the world's a stage, and all the men and women merely players. We have our exits and entrances, and one man in this time plays many parts.
Wait, that sounds familiar. Where have I heard that from?
I really thought that...
Oh, no, darling. I don't want anyone to hear it. Come on, I don't want to silly Igo ever again.
Well, that wraps up Shakespeare's Got Talent.
Great. Well, I've got to go home and swallow some coals.
But that is so morbid. Do you really have to kill yourself that way?
Hey, at least I don't have to knock myself off using an asp like Cleopatra. And if you have a problem with it, take it up with the bard. That's the way he wrote it, so that's the way I've got to do it.
It's your death. Do what you want.
I know what you mean, though. I mean, why can't I throw myself off a cliff or run a sword through myself like my husband did or something? I suppose I could maybe poison myself.
No way. Poisoning yourself sounds even more painful than swallowing hot coals. Only a fool would poison themselves.
I wouldn't. Well, anything for the theater, I always say.
But we haven't had any of our contestants perform their acts all the way through. Who won?
I can help with that. Hit it, Richter. I say all of us, let's give this audience a little buggy knife.
You dancing fool.
I sure am. Come on, if you can't beat them, join them.
Is that Shakespeare?
Sure it is. Nah, come on. A full love company.
If shadows have offended, think with this and all is mended. That this weak and idle theme, no more yielding but a dream.
Whatever. Come on, you. Let's boogie.
Well done, Pensgrove. And thankfully, there will be no riots. Are you wondering why theater became so popular in Elizabethan times? Well, it's because Queen Elizabeth I, who reigned for 44 years, from 1558 until her death in 1603, she encouraged the theater, and it made it fashionable, as you can well imagine. It was also affordable entertainment, which cost as little as a penny for a 2-hour play, and the theater was a good place to socialize. Acting styles in the early 19th century, well, it featured exaggerated positions, and people came to expect these sorts of things, like if we have Mark Antony. Friends, Romans, and countrymen, lend me your ear. And he would take a freeze and just stand still for a bit so everyone could enjoy that position. Or, Romeo, Romeo, wherefore art thou, Romeo? And that's the way it went. But things began to change. And it's interesting to think what caused that change to occur. A lot of times it was very loud in the audience, and so the actors found themselves standing on stage and screaming to the back of the room because, well, everybody was talking. And you hardly looked at the other person on stage who you were supposed to be talking to. But the introduction of gaslighting was slowly adopted by major theaters throughout the 1810s and the 1820s, and it provided illumination for the house and the stage, and it revolutionized the idea of stage lighting. Also, from the middle of the 19th century, theater began to take on a new respectability. It's about time. And, well, it was drawing in more middle-class people into the theater. They were pleased by the historical accuracy and the attention to detail that was now becoming influential in stage design. Now, with these new patrons, crowds became quieter, little more genteel, less prone to cause disruptions in the performance, and I say, what a relief. But wait. Famous actors now went to America, and they were welcomed as stars. In New York, American Shakespearean actor Edwin Forrest got into a ferocious rivalry with a British actor named William Macready, and they both thought they were the best Shakespearean actor, and audiences became involved. So in 1849, 10,000 people turned up outside the theater in support of Forrest or Macready, and once again, what do you think broke out? 1, 2, 3, say it. A riot, thank you. A riot broke out, and it caused, it was deadly. It caused several people to be injured, and several people died. It's famously known as the Astor Place riot. So they didn't completely disappear now, did they? Speaking of historical accuracy, Shakespeare wrote many wonderful historical plays, and we are going to see one of them today. The bard often dealt with the conflict between good and evil, right and wrong, the price that must be paid for your actions. He also commented on the way people make judgments. Now, I don't know what we're going to see today by Hopewell, but I thought I'd talk a little bit about judgments. In King Richard II, the king attends a hearing over an accusation of embezzling, and instead of letting the two accused men fight it out, as was usually done, the king instead interrupts the duel and banishes both men from England. One of them, Bolingbroke, insisted that the king's judgment against him was unjust, and he wants to return to England. Many people take Bolingbroke's side, and things get worse. Bolingbroke now wants to conquer Richard and take the throne. In a contest over who would be the ruler of England, Salisbury, an English earl loyal to Richard, attempted to keep a large Welsh force together to help Richard defeat Bolingbroke. But the king's late arrival from Ireland prevents this. You know, a mere one-day delay where the king tarries to enjoy the afternoon seems it's unimportant to Richard. Instead, what seemed like a minor delay to the king, once again through his poor judgment, He loses the loyalty of his army and of the common people who believe him dead, and they switch their allegiance on that day. At first, the king thinks all is well, and he comments that God gave him a right to rule England, so God will protect him. But Lord Salisbury says, Your Majesty, do not judge too soon. Men judge by the complexion of the sky and by the state and inclination of the day. Salisbury then gives King Richard the bad news, which eventually leads to his fatal imprisonment, while Bolingbroke becomes King Henry IV. One day and a little bad judgment. And now, Hopewell Elementary is going to show us a scene from Shakespeare entitled Judgment Day. Come on in.
What is the penalty for greed, chaotic behavior, and murder? Many of Shakespeare's characters make choices that result in dire consequences. Did the punishments fit the crimes? Dear audience, we'll let you serve as judge and jury as the Hopewell players explore the crimes and punishments of some of Shakespeare's more memorable characters. Our first excerpt is from one of Shakespeare's plays called The Taming of the Shrew.
Unlike modern American women, who have the same rights and freedoms as men, the social customs during this period of time required that the eldest daughter be married first, and the youngest daughter wait around, no matter how many suitors she had, until a husband could be found for her elder sister.
Baptista. Oh, Baptista, a rich father of the Jewess, desperate to find a suitor for his daughter Katharina. The problem is Katharina can be a bit of a shrew. By modern standards, we might just describe her as spirited or assertive. However, this was not a trait to be admired by in Shakespeare's time.
Sir, pray have you not a daughter called Katharina, fair and charming?
I have a daughter, sir, called Katharina.
Having heard of her friendliness, tactfulness, mild manner, I've come to see for myself. For my welcome in your house, I present you with a teacher for your daughter. He can teach her history and mathematics. Will you accept him?
Thank you, sir, but my daughter Katharina is not for you.
So you do not mean to part with her, or else you don't like my appearance?
You mistake me, sir. What is your name?
Petruchio is my name, Antonio's son, a man well known throughout all of Italy.
I knew him well. You are welcome for his sake.
Petruchio discusses the possible terms of any marriage contract with his future father-in-law.
Why do you look so pale?
If I look pale, it's because Katharina hit me.
What will my daughter prove a good musician?
I think she'll sooner prove a soldier. Iron may hold with her, but never the lutes.
Why can't thou not break her to the lute?
No, for she has broken the lute to me. She struck me on the head with it, and there I stood amazed.
Now, by the world, I love her 10 times more than I did before. How I long to chat with her.
Signor Petruchio, will you come with me, or shall I send Kate to you?
Send her to me. I'll woo her with some spirit when she comes. If she rails, I'll tell her she sings as sweetly as a nightingale. If she frowns, I'll say she smiles. Good morrow, Kate, for that's your name I hear.
Well, you heard wrong, or you're hard of hearing. They call me Katharina. Who do talk with me?
You lie in faith, for you are called plain Kate, and therefore, Kate, I am moved to woo you.
Moved. In good time, let him that moved you remove you. Hence, I knew the first immovable idiot.
Thank you for the pretty compliment. Now come hither.
Who? Me?
Come, you wasp. In faith, you are too angry.
If I be wasp, it's best be where my sting.
The best way to handle a wasp is to give it a swat.
You wouldn't dare. Get out.
What? So soon? Good Kate, I'm a gentleman.
We'll see about that.
I swear I'll cuff you if you strike me again.
If you strike me, you are no gentleman.
Katharina, let's get down to the cases. In plain terms, your father has consented that you will be my wife. Your dowry is agreed upon, and whether you want to or not, I will marry you. I am he that's born to tame you, bring you from a wilder Kate to a gentle Kate.
My daughter, why so sad? Don't call me your daughter. You have not shown a tender fatherly regard to which we wed to a lunatic and a ruffian.
We've gone along so well together that Sunday shall be our wedding day.
I'll see thee hanged on Sunday first.
Oh, give me your hand, Kate. Father, provide the feast for the wedding and invite the guests.
I know not what to say, but give me your hands. God send you joy. Petruchio, 'tis a match.
Despite Katharina's many objections, she and Petruchio were wed. Family, friends, and servants have serious doubts that things will turn out well. Unnerved, Petruchio attempts to change his young bride for the better.
Thus, I've begun my campaign, and it's my hope to have it end successfully. She ate no meat today, nor shall she eat none. Last night she slept not, nor tonight she shall not. If she chance to doze, I'll keep her awake with complaints about the work of the servants. This is a way to kill a wife with kindness. I'll curb her bad temper if it's the last thing I do.
Much later, Petruchio and two of his friends are gathered to celebrate the wedding of Katharina's younger sister, Bianca. Each of the three men bet that their wife is the most obedient and will come and serve for. Everyone's surprised that the only one to respond properly was
Katharina. Tell these headstrong women what duty they owe to their husbands.
Thy husband is thy lord, thy life, thy keeper, thy head, one that cares for thee and thy maintenance. He craves no other reward but love, fair looks, and true obedience. Such a duty women owes to their husbands.
Now that's good wife. Come and hug me, Kate.
Now I ask you, dear audience, was this transformation from an independent, though a bit wild woman to one who no longer thought for herself justified? Did the punishment fit the crime? Well, ponder that question while you observe what greed reaps in an excerpt from Shakespeare's The Merchant of Venice.
Antonio, the merchant of Venice, agrees to lend his friend Basilio the money that will allow him to pursue the hand of Portia, a wealthy heiress of Belmont.
Well, tell me now, what lays this dame to whom you swore a secret? Pilgrimage that you today promised to tell me of?
Her name is Portia. The four winds blow, and from every coast renowned suitors, and her sunny locks hang on her temples like a golden fleece.
How may I help you win her?
'Tis not unknown to you, Antonio, how much I have disabled my estate by something showing a more swelling port than my fate means will grant continuance. I need your money to have enough status to court Portia.
My purse, my person. My extremest means lie all unlocked to your occasions. The only problem is that all my fortunes are at sea. Neither have I money. Therefore, go forth. Try what my credit can do for thee in Venice. Go pleasantly, inquire, and so will I.
Meanwhile, according to dead father's decree, the wealthy Portia can only marry the suitor who solves her father's riddle. She is inundated despite how many treasure hunters to come seeking her father's fortune. Unfortunately, she is attracted to none of them.
By my troth, Marissa, my little body is where it is, great wrong.
You would be, sweet madam, if your miseries were in the same abundance as your good fortunes are.
Oh, how can I possibly choose a husband? Oh me, the word choose. I may neither choose whom I would, nor refuse whom I dislike. So the will of a living daughter, gripped by the will of her dead father. Do
Do not agree, nor say that it is unfair, that I cannot trust one nor refuse to others.
Your father was ever virtuous, and holy men at their death have good intentions. Therefore, the lottery that he hath devised in these 3 cases of gold, silver, and lead, whereof whoever chooses his meaning chooses you. But is there warmth in your affection towards any of these princely suitors who have already come?
I pray thee name them, then as thou namest them, I'll describe them, and according to my description, use them my level of affection.
First, there's the Neapolitan prince.
A danceable, indeed you have nothing but talk of his horse.
Then there's the County Palatine.
He doth nothing but frown. He hears merry tales and smiles not. I would rather be married to a death's head with a bone in his mouth than either of these.
How like you the young German?
Very vile in the morning when he is sober, and most vile in the afternoon when he is drunk.
You need not fear of marrying any of these men, for they intend to return to their homes and to trouble you no more.
Come, Nursa, it's impossible to choose one.
Meanwhile, because Antonio's money is tied up in his merchant ships, Bazzino negotiates a loan with Shylock, a rich Jewish moneylender using Antonio's good name as security for the loan. Shylock, who hates Antonio, agrees to lend Bazzino the money for 3 months. Instead of charging his usual high interest rate, he demands that if the money has not been returned by the day for the payment, he may cut off 1 pound of flesh from Antonio's body.
$3,000 ducats. Well,
Hey, sir, for the 3 months, for the which, as I told you, Antonio shall be bound.
for 3 months. Well,
Shall I know your answer?
Antonio is a good man. I think I may take his bond. May I speak with Antonio?
This is Senor Antonio.
How like a fawning publican he looks. I hate him. He lends out money gratis and brings down the rate in Venice. If I can catch him once upon the hip, I can feed fat the ancient grudge I bear him. He rails on me, my bargains, and my well-won thrift, which he calls interest. Cursed be my tribe if I forgive him.
Shylock, do you hear?
Signor Antonio, you call me a misbeliever, cutthroat dog, and spit upon my cloak for all use of that which is mine own. Well then, it now appears you need my help. You come to me and you say, Shylock, we would have monies. Should I not say to you, hath the dog money? Is it possible a cur can lend 3,000 ducats? Fair sir, you spit on me Wednesday last. Another time you called me a dog. And for these courtesies I'll lend you thus money. If you repay me not in such a time, in such a place, let the forfeit be nominated for an equal pound of your fair flesh, to be taken in whatever part of your body pleaseth me.
Antonio's merchant ships are lost at sea. Therefore, he is unable to provide back the money to pay back Shylock's loan. As a result, he finds himself in the court of law.
Go on, call the Jew into the court.
He's ready at the door. He comes.
Shylock, the world thinks, and I think too, thou pretends to be cruel, but at the last hour thou shalt show thy mercy and remorse.
What judgment shall I dread, doing him no wrong? The pound of flesh which I demand of him shall be mine, and I will have it. If you deny me, fie upon your law. Shall I have it?
Valerio, a lawyer from Padua, sends a letter to the Duke informing him that due to his own illness, he is forced to send a young lawyer named Balthasar, who will help with his case.
Is your name Shylock?
Shylock is my name.
You stand within his danger, do you not?
Hey, so he says.
Do you confess the bond?
I do.
Then must the Jew be merciful. If they'll take us more or less, all goods are confiscated.
I will then indeed take the money.
Wait! The law has yet another hold on you. Thou shalt not be given the money. You attempt to murder a Venetian citizen. The price of such a crime is death.
Since Shylock has lost his case, fortune informs us that the laws of Venice allow Antonio to confiscate the other half of his goods. The other half of his goods go to the state, and now his life lies at the mercy of the Duke.
The Duke spares Shylock's life. Antonio refuses the half of Shylock's goods, but demands that that portion be given to Shylock's daughter Jessica, who has married a Christian Lorenzo. As the final punishment, Shylock must give up his religion and become a Christian.
Now, that's what a good lawyer can do for you. Our last excerpt is from Shakespeare's Hamlet. There's so much plotting and backstabbing in this play that it might take you a private detective to help you sort out the crimes and injustice of the subsequent punishments.
The king of infected with some rare and deadly poison. He was in the prime of his life, scarcely 50 years old. How could this have happened? It was a great mystery. Many people were troubled by it, especially when the king's brother Claudius suddenly seized the crown and married the dead king's widow.
Now, the dead king has a son named Hamlet, young and sensitive. He had loved and admired his father and was deeply grieved when he died, and even more deeply grieved when his mother married his uncle, Claudius.
Claudius, an advisor named Polonius, who's very pompous but smart. Polonius had a son named Laertes, who's a friend of Hamlet. They used to play together as children. Laertes' sister's name was Ophelia. She and Hamlet had always loved each other.
The ghost of Hamlet's father appears to him and reveals the treachery of Claudius. Knowing that Hamlet will soon seek revenge, his father tells him that poison is mother's life.
Feeling abandoned, Hamlet contemplates taking his own life. Surely if life is such a torture, it would be better to end it once and for all.
To be or not to be? That is the question. Whether it is nobler in the mind to suffer the slings and his outrageous fortune, or take arms against a sea of troubles and by opposing end them. For who would bear the whips and scorns of time when he himself might make his peace with a bare dagger? Thus consciousness made cowards of us all, and thus decision is clouded with too much thought.
Determined to seek revenge, Hamlet confronts his mother about his father's death. During this heated confrontation, Hamlet discovers that Polonius, the father of Ophelia, and Laertes is hiding behind the curtain, and Hamlet kills him. Now forced to suffer the loss of her father and the rejection of Hamlet, Ophelia becomes entirely lost in the nightmare world.
Where is the majesty of Denmark? He is dead and gone, lady, he is dead and gone. And his head a breast-green hurt.
Alas, look here, my lord.
How do you, pretty lady?
I cannot choose but to weep. Do you think they would lay my father in the cold ground?
Oh, this is the poison of deep grief. It springs from her father's death.
Kind sister, sweet Ophelia. Oh heavens, it's impossible a young maid's wits should be as smart as an old man's life.
Rosemary, that's remembrance. Pray, you love. Remember. There's pansies, that's for thoughts. There's a daisy. I would give you some bites, but they've all withered when my father died. They say he made a good end. God be with you.
Ophelia, poor soul, eventually takes her life. The final injustice whose family forces, Laertes, to plot the current king, the murder of Hamlet. The king informs Hamlet that Laertes challenged him to a competition, something truly rotten in Denmark.
I have a message for His Majesty. Sir, a young man named Laertes. No doubt you're acquainted with his fame as a swordsman.
I have heard it.
Well, my lord, the king has said that you are a better swordsman than Laertes, and has laid a wager upon your head.
Has he indeed? If it pleases His Majesty, let the weapons be brought. I will win for him.
Duel and swords, a poisonous cup of wine. No one is safe in this food for all. Listen and watch carefully, for there may be surprises.
Give them the swords, young Gosfric. Cousin Hamlet, you know the wager?
Very well, my lord.
No.
One.
No.
Judgment.
A hit, a very palatable hit.
Stay. Give me a drink.
Well again.
Hamlet, this pearl is thine. Here's to thy health. Give Hamlet the cup.
I'll play this out first. Set it a while. Laertes, come.
Here, Hamlet, take my scarf. Rub thy brows.
Gertrude, do not drink.
I will, my lord. I pray you pardon me.
It is the poisoned cup. It is too late.
Come for the third, Laertes. I pray you, pass with your best violence.
Have at you now.
I'm justly killed with my own treachery.
How does the queen?
She swoons to see them bleed.
No, the drink. Oh, my dear Hamlet, the drink. I'm poisoned.
Treachery! Seek it out!
It is here, Hamlet, thou art slain. No medicine in the world can do me good. Indeed, there is not half an hour of life. The treacherous instruments in thy hand, I'm covered in poison. The king's to blame.
The point poison too! Then venom, to thy work! Treason, treason! Here, thou cursed murderous thing! Follow my mother!
He is justly served. Exchange forgiveness with me, noble Hamlet.
Heaven make thee free of guilt. I follow thee. Wretched queen, adieu. The potent poison quite overtakes my spirit. The rest is silence.
Shakespeare's plots leave you, dear audience, still pondering the age-old question, to be or not to be. Was Petruchio justified in breaking Kate's spirit? Did Shylock's punishment fit the crime? Were Hamlet's acts of vengeance justified? Only you, today's judge and jury, can answer these questions.
Lovely job from Hopewell, wouldn't you say? And so, there's so much to be learned from the bard's writing, isn't there? Well, thank you for that presentation. Now, we come to the play that by tradition shall not be named in the theater, or it could jinx it. Instead, we call it the Scottish play. But speaking of the possibility of a jinx, when I first began acting, it was a convention that if a character was going to lose their mind, that character should walk on stage with a basket of flowers and hay, just in case the audience didn't get the idea from the acting and the lines. In one show, the basket went missing and the audience became angry. It was whispered about backstage that the show was jinxed, and a huge sigh of relief went up when the crowd didn't rip the place apart. Oh, here's something you might like to know. It's been said that Shakespeare's Globe Theatre was forced to close in 1606 due to the Great Plague. You've had great plagues, haven't you? Well, anyway, in that time, the bard wrote the Scottish play, which has turned out to be one of the greatest pieces of writing in our history, I'd say. So when life gives you lemons, make lemonade. Now, I would like very much to have a couple of actors come up here onto this stage, or to come out from backstage. I don't know wherever, but I need a girl and a boy. Do we have any volunteer? Well then, let's see here. Does anybody here like to be funny? Who likes to be? Well then come up here, you funny person. and a girl. Well then, come out here. You'll never be an actor if you stay away from the lights. You always sort of find them, you know. Well now, what I want to do is show you the correct way when you are going to, spin around the dance floor. The correct way for a young man to bow, and the correct way for a young woman to curtsy. So let's put you over here, and you over here. Because we have to, and of course we always cheat to the audience. We want them to get the full effect of your fine acting. Is that right? Yeah. Of course. All right. So who wants to go first? All right. Now here's the thing with a gentleman. We always like the idea that when you know how you think someone is handsome or attractive, whatever. Humble. No, just kidding, of course. But what a gentleman would like to do in this time period is put his best foot forward. Have you ever heard that? Put your best foot forward. Well, he literally would do that. So what you would do is if you were going to say, would you like to dance with me, or that sort of thing, you would, what it was, the girls all like to see a well-shaped calf on a man. I don't know what to say. You have to make your own, judgments, so to speak. All right, so you would, and you have to get a little attitude with it. It has to be like point your toe. It's a good start. All right, and then once you point your toe, you just drop your other knee and lower your head. You can leave your hands down by your side if you like, or you might do this. All right, let's see how you do. Are you ready? Go ahead. And did you notice? He froze in position, just as I described earlier, so you could enjoy this moment. All right. Well, you're not finished yet. Now, and we'll, of course, practice this. But, all right, for the girl, what you do is...
When in doubt, problem solved.
I knew what you were doing, of course. All right, you slide your foot forward, just sort of side, get it pointed out a little, and give it a little bit of attitude. Point it out that way, I think. No, not that way, that way. That way? Yes, you have it, you have it. Yeah. And then you just drop down. Now, you have a choice. If you're bowing to the queen, of course, you're going to put your head down and look at the floor, possibly, whatever. But if this gentleman comes up and you want him to know that you are one person with a great deal of dignity, intelligence, etc., you might just look him straight in the eye and let him know, even though you're doing called a courtesy. I think they've changed that to curtsy or something. All right, so here's what we're going to do. They're going to get to practice it, but then, in Macbeth, there is a dance sequence. And even though it could go either way, what we're thinking is this. One of the individuals gets to... I'll be right back.
I'm slightly concerned about what's going to happen. Please tell me she brings out a sword.
Oh, that would be awesome.
Yes.
I don't know what that is.
Gets to dance with the mop. But unfortunately, we don't have an orchestra, so I thought, what can I possibly do? And I decided that I'd bring a tambourine with me and give a 4 count, and then the entire audience can sing a verse of London Bridge is Falling Down. While our selected individual gets to dance with the beam. Do you think they both should have an opportunity? I do. All right, well, first let's practice your bow and curtsy. Are you ready? And go ahead. And now, let me see. Pick a number from 1 to 2.
2.
1.5.
You get to do it.
I hope I don't get text.
But then you can give it to, what is your name?
Lily.
Lily, what's your name?
Tejas.
Tejas?
Tejas.
Okay. Now, you will do a goofy dance. And it's what they called for. You know, it was a very awkward time in Macbeth, really, truly. But anyway, I hope you approve. Yes?
I'm just worried about if you get tetanus or
Why did I stay with the wood? It's always the safest thing to do. All right, so are we ready? We're going to see this dance sequence. It should be interesting. Would you like to go first or second?
Second. No. You go first.
Ladies first!
No! Oh, come on!
All right, so I'll give the 4 count. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then we'll all start singing London Bridge. Are we ready? 1, 2, 3, 4. London Bridge is falling down, falling down, falling down. London Bridge is falling down, my fair lady.
My wife now.
Start sweeping the floor.
I think we have to give her own chance. Are you ready? Well, that was quite the kick line, wouldn't you say? He's taking that whole business of best foot forward really to heart. All right, so are you ready? Now it's your turn.
Oh, boy.
All right, ready? 1, 2, 3, 4.
I don't like that.
Do a turn. Turn around. And curtsy. Very, very nice. Thank you both very much. I appreciated it. All right. So, now, let's leave our little fun Macbeth scene. It seems mutually exclusive, but I think that's the fact of it. And move on to another presentation. So at this point, we will say, come out, Great Valley Middle School Tragedians with Macbeth.
Where have you 3 been since 9? Singing spells and killing swine.
Enduring tempest on the same to make future trouble rain. Here's a soldier's torn off thumb to make the curses quickly come.
When shall we meet again? In thunder, lightning, or in rain?
When the storm and uproar is done.
When the battle is lost.
We will gather on the barren heath, there to meet with Thane Macbeth.
When the fog is thick and thin, we'll hover over him. He'll not know if we're here or there. When fair is foul, and foul is fair.
bloody man is that?
This is a sergeant who, like a good and hardy soldier, fought against my captivity. Hail, brave friend.
All to leave for brave Macbeth. Well, he deserves that name. He faced the land my captor, and never shook hands or bade farewell with them, until he had seen him from the nape to the chaps and fixed his head upon our battlements.
O valiant cousin, worthy gentleman, so well thy words would confuse thy wounds, they smack of honor both. Go get him surgeons.
So foul and fair a day I have not seen, Banquo.
Fouler as the day goes on, Macbeth. What are these so withered and so wild in their attire, that look not like inhabitants of the earth and yet are on it?
Oh, hail Macbeth, thane of Glen. Oh, hail Macbeth, thane of Cawdor.
All hail Macbeth, who shall one day be king.
Why fear what sounds so fair? If you can look into the seeds of time and tell me which grain will grow and which will not, then tell me of what my life shall be.
Hail, lesser than Macbeth and king. Not so happy, yet much happier.
Thou shalt be the father of kings, though thou be none.
So all hail Macbeth and Banquo.
Your children shall be kings.
You shall be king!
And Thane of Cawdor too, went it not so?
Hail Macbeth, thane of Cawdor.
And why do you dress me in borrowed robes? The Thane of Cawdor lives.
Not for long. He has betrayed the queen and is condemned to die. His land and title come from Duncan's hand to thee, in gratitude for your great deeds in battle.
Be not too eager. Remember, towers of darkness may use a bit of truth to lure a man to doom.
Come what may, time and hour runs through the roughest day. Let us toward the king.
In Dunsinane, the castle of Queen Duncan, Macbeth was met with much congratulation and praise. Macbeth has told the queen that he wishes to go ahead to see his wife, Lady Macbeth, and ask her to prepare their own castle for a visit from the king. You might think that Macbeth's wife would be eager to extend her hospitality to the king, and she is, but not in the way you would expect. Lady Macbeth has received a letter from her husband telling her about the strange prophecy that he would become king. Suddenly she wants her husband to be king so much that she is having murderous thoughts.
Yet I do fear your nature, my husband. It is too full of the milk of human kindness. To catch the nearest way, I shall have to urge thee on.
My love, Duncan comes here tonight.
Oh, tonight? When does she leave?
Tomorrow.
Never shall tomorrow come, my lord. Your face is like a book where I shall read strange matters. Let no one else see. Look like the innocent flower, but be the serpent under it. Leave all the rest to me.
Fair and noble hostess, we are your guests tonight. Give me your hand, conduct me to my post. I will love him highly and shall continue our graces toward him. By your leave, hostess.
If it were done, it would be well to do it quickly. The queen is here in double trust. First I am her kinsman and her subject, and now I am her host. I should shut the door against her murderer, not bear the knife myself. We shall proceed no further in this business.
Would you dare live a coward in your own esteem, letting I dare not wait upon I would?
I pray thee, peace. I dare do all that would become a man, no more.
What made you bring this idea to me? When you did, then you were a man.
And if we should fail?
Fail? Are you afraid to claim your greatness? Screw your courage to the sticking place.
I am settled upon this terrible deed. false face must hide what the false heart doth know.
Celebration and feasting are over. Macbeth's friend Banquo is unsettled and suspicious.
He can't put his finger on what is bothering him and why he feels so agitated.
How goes the night, fair daughter?
The moon is down. I'm not yet heard the honk.
And she goes down at 12.
I take it it's later, sir.
Who's there? Who's there?
A friend.
What, sir? Not yet at rest? The king's abed. I dreamt last night of 3 weird sisters. To you they have shown some truth.
Is this a dagger I see before me, the handle toward my hand? Come, let me touch thee. Yet I see, have thee not, yet I see thee still. I go and it is done, the bell invites me. Hear it not, Duncan, for it is a knell that summons thee to heaven or to hell.
Why did you bring these with you? Get some water and wash this filthy witness from your hands.
I'll go no more. I'm afraid to think what I have done.
Infirm of purpose, give me the daggers.
Whence is that knocking? Why is it that every noise appalls me? What hands are these? This hand will turn the green seas red.
My hands are of your color, but I shame to wear a heart so white. I hear a knocking at the south entry. Let's go to our chambers. Little water clears us of this deed.
How easy it is then.
To know my deed, it would be best not to know myself. I would we could wake Duncan with thy knocking.
Good morrow, sir. The queen did summon me to call timely upon her. I have almost slipped the hour.
I will bring you to her. This is the door.
Oh, horror, horror, horror! Confusion now had his masterpiece. Bring the alarm! Rouse the house! Murder and treason!
What is amiss?
Your royal mother's murdered. By whom? It would seem the very ones that pledged to serve her.
Those of his chamber, it seems, have done it, for their hands and faces were badged with blood.
Oh, I do repent me of my fury that I did kill them. Who could be loyal to the queen and neutral in a moment?
Oh, help me hence!
Look to the lady.
In this place there are daggers in men's estate.
Deborah, hold off sorrow. To show sadness is easy for the false man. Tomorrow I ride for England. My mother's servants would have never killed Our Lady. Who removed the queen would also kill a princess.
There is unruliness and unrest in the Scottish court. The Scottish thanes are rulers, are suspicious of the queen's daughters, Mackenzie and Deborah, as they have run away. They choose the greatest warrior, Macbeth, to be their king.
Macduff left before the coronation because he is suspicious of the new King Macbeth. Macbeth did not represent his act. He knows that when man has reason to suspect him of murder, his old friend Banquo, who had witnessed the weird sisters' prophecy
their words, foretelling that Banquo, not he, would be the father of kings.
For Banquo's children I have murdered the great... For Banquo's children I have sold my soul. For them I have murdered the gracious Duncan. Tonight we hold a solemn supper, and I'll request your presence.
Let your highness command upon me.
Fail not our feast.
My lord, I will not.
Our fears in Banquo stick deep, and in his royalty of nature reigns, which would be feared. You know Banquo was your enemy.
True, my lord. We shall, my lord, perform what you command us.
I'll call upon you straight, abide within. It is concluded, Banquo, thy soul's flight. If it find heaven, must find out tonight.
King Macbeth's power has gone to his head, but it's not making him happy. He is going crazy with suspicion and fear. Why else would he be willing to kill his closest friend? Macbeth has the murderer follow Banquo and his daughter when they go riding through the countryside in the afternoon before the evening's banquet.
The murderer does her grisly deed on Banquo, but there is one problem. Banquo's daughter Leon's is face.
Macbeth was glad to hear that Banquo was dead, but he was not pleased when he heard that Fleon escaped the murderer. Now he has to live in fear of her too.
At the banquet, he cannot have a good time, and when a surprise guest shows up, Macbeth is the only one who can see it. It is the ghost of Banquo.
Ah, which of you has done this?
What, my good lord?
Thou cannot say I did it. Never shake your gory locks at me.
Gentlemen, rise. His Highness is not well.
Over the next few months, Macbeth learns that getting to be king by killing others is not a recipe for happiness.
Macbeth thinks it's time to consult again with the witches.
How now, Hecate? You look angry. Have I not reasoned, beldams as you are? Saucy and overbold, how did you dare to trade and traffic with Macbeth on such riddles and affairs of depth? And I wasn't called to bear my part and show the glory of our art?
Thrice the brindled cat hath mewed.
Thrice and once the hedge-pig whined.
Harp your cries, 'tis time, 'tis time.
Double, toil and trouble, fire burn and cauldron bubble, eye of newt and toe of frog, wool of bat and tongue of dog, for charm of powerful trouble, like a hell broth boil and bubble.
Oh, well done. I commend you on your pains, and now we all shall share the gains. Now around the cauldron sing, like elves and fairies in a ring, enchanting all that you put in.
Black spirits and white, red spirits and gray, mingle, 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 you that mingle may. Around, 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 about, about. All ill come running in, and all good keep out.
How now, you secret midnight hags? What is it you do?
A deed without a name.
Macbeth, 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 beware the thane of Fife.
Be bloody and bold. None of woman born shall harm Macbeth.
Macbeth shall never vanquished be. From great Berman Wood to high Dunsill Hill shall come against him.
My lord, Macbeth has fled to England.
I should have acted the moment I suspected him. Go to Fife, enter the traitor's castle, put his wife and babes to the sword.
Scotland is in chaos. Banquo is murdered, and Macbeth blames Fleance, his daughter.
Just as he blamed me for my mother's death when I fled. That is too much coincidence. Macbeth, you thought Macbeth is honest. He is treacherous.
I've lost all hope for him.
Our country sinks beneath his yoke. Macbeth is malicious, deceitful, and smacking of every sin that has a name.
So raise an army to reclaim your throne.
I have known the graces that make a good queen, not justice, patience, or mercy.
Oh, Scotland, when will your wholesome days return? Your queen was a saint, but your princess feels unfit to rule. I have lost all hope. I banish myself from Scotland.
No, good Macduff. Your passion moves me to put off these weak thoughts. I'm young and inexperienced, but I pledge myself to your honor and to our country.
Lord Ross, what news from Scotland?
At home, more men have grown distrustful of Macbeth. They have left the court and are ready to fight with us against him.
I will rally the thanes. How fares my wife?
If only I could howl the words where none could hear.
What words? You must repeat them.
Your wife has been savagely slaughtered.
Merciful heaven! And my children?
Wife, babies, servants, everyone that was found were murdered.
All my pretty ones at one single swoop. Who did this?
The same as killed Duncan.
God rest my family.
Let grief turn to anger and be your sword. We shall march on Dunsinane and rout out that bloody tyrant.
This fiend of Scotland shall not escape us.
Vengeance!
Anything?
I dare not say.
Here's a spot.
She does it over and over again as if she's washing her hands.
Here's the spot. Out, damn spot, out, I say. 1, 2, why then 'tis time to do it. Hell is murky. Fie, my lord, fie. What we need fear, who knows it, when none call our power to account. Yet who would have thought the old woman left so much blood in her?
This disease is beyond my practice.
The Thane of Fife had a wife, and where is she now? What, will these hands never be clean? No more of that, my lord, no more of that. You mar all with this starting.
What has she known?
Here's the smell of blood still. Oh, all the perfumes of Arabia could not sweeten this little hand.
Foul whisperings.
Wash your hands, put on your nightgown. Look not so pale. I tell you yet again, Banquo's buried. She cannot come out on his grave. To bed, there is knocking at the gate. Come, give me your hand. What's done cannot be undone. To bed.
Will she go to bed now?
Directly.
Foul whisperings are about. Unnatural deeds breed unnatural troubles. I fear your lady's hands will not be made clean by any medicine. God forgive us all. Look after her.
The English king set out an army with Mackenzie and Macduff to help overturn the tyrant King Macbeth. The soldiers are now gathering in the forest outside Macbeth's castle.
Bring me no more reports. Till Burnham Wood removed to Dunsinane, I cannot fear that. The boy Malcolm I cannot fear. He'll never have power of me. The mind I sway by and the heart I bear shall never sag with doubt nor shake with fear. Speak, thou cream-faced loon, where from that goose look?
There's 10,000.
Geese, villain?
Soldiers, sir.
Go, thy lily-livered boy. What soldiers, Patch, depth of thy soul? What soldiers, Wayface?
English soldiers.
Get thy face away. I have lived long enough. I'll fight from till my bones my flesh be hacked. Where is my armor?
march, Dunsinane, without Macbeth knowing our true number.
The queen, my lord, is dead.
Tomorrow and tomorrow and tomorrow creeps in this petty pace from day to day, to the last syllable of recorded time, and all our yesterdays have lighted fools, the way to dusty death. Out, out, brief candle, life's but a walking shadow, a poor player that struts and frets his hour upon the stage, and then is heard no more. It is a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing.
The woods have begun to move.
Liar and slave!
Turn, you hound, turn!
Lay on, Macduff.
All hail the Queen of Scotland.
Let us call home our exiled friends abroad, that fled the snares of tyranny. So ends our tale of this dead butcher and his fiend-like queen. By the grace of grace, we will perform and measure time and place. So thanks to all at once, and to each one whom we invite to see us crowned at Scone.
Thank you, Windsor Christian Academy. Lovely. And I guess now I can say Macbeth, since no tragic thing happened during the performance, and I really did enjoy it. Now, before I do a little more talking about, you know, the history of theater in America, in England, whatever, I thought I'd play a little game with you and see if anyone can guess the answer. All right. Are you ready? All right. Raise your hand if you know the answer. Okay. Let's start with a little algebra. Oh, really? It's pretty simple. Since 2b plus 5 equals 9, or something like that, I always used to wonder about it, and I'd ask myself a particular question. What do you think that question might be?
2b or not 2b?
Can you please say it as loudly as you can?
Oh my God,
Ready?
2b or not 2b?
Wasn't that good? All right, next we have, if Romeo and Juliet were playing hide and seek, and Juliet finally gave up trying to find him, what do you think she would be calling out?
Romeo, Romeo, where art thou?
Wherefore art thou, Romeo?
Very good, very, very good, yes? Okay, as they like to say, we're batting 1,000. Okay, now, when Mark Antony was really, really hungry, and everybody else was having fun at the picnic eating corn on the cob, what did he ask for? Mark Antony. all right. We only have one hand in the air. Oh, wait, in the back there. And project. Stand up. Very good. Ear of corn, of course. And here's the last one before I get on to the more serious side of things. King Richard says this when his horse was lost in battle. He was desperate. Oh, you haven't read your King Henry IV, or King Richard III. Anybody? Well, I guess I'll have to do it. I'm so shy, though. A horse, my kingdom for a horse. He was truly desperate. All right, let's see here. Oh, and by the way, I thought I'd give a word of advice to all of you about the importance of good manners in the theater, and this is in spite of what you've heard about riots and such in the olden days. Almost all of my family, the Campbells, were in the theater, and it wasn't easy for my grandfather, who wanted to be respectable and raise his children to have some sort of stability, because many actors did not have that. So he made certain to let people know that in his own family there was a priest and another relative who was in the British Navy. These were recognized professions, and it made it possible for grandfather to establish a home for his wife Sally and their 12 children. Good manners were always expected of us, who mostly all have gone into the theater in one way or another. Oh, by the time my father was a famous actor who performed in many tragedies, when I was about 10 years old, he invited another famous actor of tragedies to come to our home, and he asked me to get the door when he arrived. I answered, and I asked this person whether he was a famous tragedian, and he said, yes. I said, well, you know, my father is a great tragedian, and I think that little baby screaming and crying in the other room is probably going to be a famous tragedian too. Well, shortly after that, I was sent to live with my Aunt Sarah Siddons for a time to learn some good manners. Well, it's time now to move on to Shakespeare's engaging and thought-provoking play, Henry V. Regardless of whether or not we believe Shakespeare glorifies war in his invasion of France, one thing certainly is certain. Henry V shows us that warfare, justifiable or not, has some devastating consequences that go beyond battlefield casualties through generations of families, and in that heartbreaking line that war leaves the widow's tears and the orphan's cries. In Henry V, the King of France puts on a disguise and goes out to the troops to see what they really think. He discusses the war with common soldiers at the English camp at Agincourt and argues at length with a soldier who has doubts about the king's cause for waging war. The soldier makes a comment worth considering. He says, I think the king is but a man, as I am. The violet smells to him as it doth to me. Every subject's duty is the king's, but every subject's soul is his own. Here are some other phrases or quotes from this impressive play. Have you ever heard the term turning the tide? This is a line from the play. Even at the turning of the tide, or as cold as a stone. This one. A good heart, Kate, is the sun and the moon. or rather, the sun and not the moon. For the sun shines bright and never changes, but keeps his course truly. And then he proposes to her, which was so nice. All right, let's now watch Why War, acted by the Windsor Christian Academy.
It is 1415 in England, and the plague has subsided, and King Henry V has just been crowned King of England. King Henry V declares that he has the right to the French crown, but the French king disagrees. Shakespeare gives us a glimpse into negotiations between France and England. This ultimately leads to a critical turning point in the 100-Year War. And princes to act, and monarchs to behold the swelling scene. Then should the warlike Periloch himself assume the port of Mars and at his heels. Leashed in like hounds should famine, sword and fire, but crouch for employment and pardon and gentles all. The flat, unraised spirits that have dared on this unworthy scaffold to bring forth so great an object, can this cockpit hold the vast fields of France, or may we cram within this wooden, oh, the very cast that did affright the air at Agincourt, it made me chorus to this history. Gently to hear, kindly to judge our play. I am the narrator of this play, which puts kings, kingdoms, and princes in a small stage to tell the story of the great Henry V.
My lord, I'll tell you that Self-Bill's urges in the 11th year of the last king's reign was like, and indeed against us past, but that disclaiming and unquiet time did push it out of farther question.
Before he died, Henry IV considered a law to tax the church.
But how, my lord? Shall we resist it now?
Oh no, what can we do to keep this from happening? It must be thought on. If it pass against us, we lose the better half of our possession for all the temporal lands to which men devout by testament would they strip from us.
We have to think about that because we would lose a lot of money and property.
For prevention.
The king is full of grace and fair regard.
King Henry is nice.
And a true lover of the Holy Church.
The courses of his youth promised it not, but the breath no sooner left his father's body, and his wildest mortified in him seemed to die too.
When Henry was young, he was really immature and looked as if he had very little potential. However, he grew up quickly once his father died.
We are blessed in change.
List the discourse of war, and you shall hear. A fearful battle rendered you in music. Turn him towards any cause of policy.
No matter what topic you talk about to the king, he has thought through it deeply.
Oh my good lord, how not for mitigation of this bill urged by the commons? Doth his majesty incline to it, or no?
So what does the king think about the law to tax the church? Do you think he will approve it or not?
He seems indifferent. I am open to his grace at large.
He doesn't even have a strong opinion. I've been talking with him.
How did this honor seem received, my lord?
With great acceptance of his majesty to his true titles to some certain dukedoms. General in the crown and seat of France, described Edward his great-grandfather.
I think he's considering my ideas. I didn't have enough time to explain to him how he's entitled to be king of France because of his relationship to Edward III.
What was the impediment that broke this off?
What interrupted you?
The French ambassador upon the instant craved audience.
The French ambassador came to talk to him.
Then go we in to know his embassy.
Let's go. Let's see what he has to say.
I can't wait to. I'll wait upon you and I long to see. I'll wait upon you and I'll wait upon you and I long to hear it.
I'll come with you. I can't wait to see how this works out.
Gracious Lord of Canterbury, not here, peasant. Send for him, good uncle.
God and his angels guard your throne and make you long become it.
Long live the king. Take heed on how you impart our person, how you awake our sleeping sword of war. For we charge you, in the name of God, take heed, for never two such kingdoms did contend without much flow of blood.
Please be careful what you say. France and England have been rivals for a long time, and every time they fight, many die.
Then hear me, gracious sovereign, and you peers that owe yourselves your lives and services to this imperial throne. There is no bar to make against your Highness's claim to France. It is as clear as the summer's sun.
Believe me, there is no legal reason you should not be king of France. May I write with conscience make this claim?
Are you sure? Are you really sure? I have no reason to worry.
The sin upon my head, dread sovereign. From the book of Numbers it is written, when the man dies, let the inheritance go into the daughter. Good, great Lord, stand for your own and wind your bloody flag and look back at your mighty ancestors.
It will be my fault before God if it is wrong. The French say you cannot inherit the throne from a woman, but they are wrong. The Bible is right. Stand up for England and be brave like your relatives. Your brother kings and monarchs of the earth do not expect that you should rouse yourself among the former lines of blood.
All the kings in the world expect you to be as brave as kings that came before you.
Call the messenger sent from the Dauphin.
Send in the messenger from the Prince of France.
Now we are well resolved, and by God's help and yours, the noble citizens of our power, France being ours, will bend it to our all, and break it all to pieces.
Okay, we have all decided that may God help us and you nobles too. France will fear us or we will break it to pieces.
Now we are well prepared to know the pleasure of our fair cousin Dauphin, for we hear your greetings from him and not from the king. Therefore, with frank and with uncurbed plainness, tell us the Dauphin's mind.
Please tell us clearly what my dear cousin has to say. I hear your message is not from the king.
Your Highness did claim some certain dukedoms in the right, in answer to which claims the prince, our master, says that you savor too much of your youth, and bids you be advised there is not in France a noble gal or one. You cannot reveal in the dukedoms there. He therefore sends you meter for your spirit, this turn of treasure, and in lieu of this, desires that you let the dukedoms that you claim hear no more of you. This the Dauphin speaks.
In response to your claim that you should be king of France, I have brought you a gift from the prince that you should accept instead of land in France.
What treasure, Uncle. Tennis balls, my liege. We are glad the Dolphin is so pleasant with us. His presence and your pains we thank you for.
Ha ha. Thank you for coming. Not really.
When we have marched our rackets to these balls, we will, in France, by God's grace, play a set.
We look forward to playing tennis with you in France.
Shall strike his father's crown at the hazard. Tell him he hath made a match with such a wrangler that all the courts of France would be disturbed.
We will play a game that will dethrone your father and send tennis balls all around France.
Tell the Dolphin I will keep my state, be like a king and show my sail of greatness, when I do rouse me in my throne of France.
Tell the prince that I will be a great and dignified king of England and of France.
Tell the pleasant prince that this mock will turn his tennis balls to gunstones.
Tell him that his joke will turn these tennis balls into cannonballs.
But this all lies within the will of God, to whom I do appeal and tell you the Dolphin's name I am coming on, to venge me as I may put forth. His jest will savor but of shallow wit, when thousands more weep than did laugh at it. Convey them with safe conduct. Fare you well.
Tell the Prince of France that I am coming. And even though many are laughing now, thousands will be crying. It will be his responsibility. Take my message back to France and have a good day.
Now all the youth of England are on fire, and silken doubts in the wardrobe lies. Now thrive amours and honors, thought and reigns solely in the breast of every man. They sell a pasture to buy the horse.
Everyone put their fancy party clothes away. They're spending their money on armor. They sold their land for horses to follow their king into battle. All the youth think about is the honor of going to war. Meanwhile, in France.
Thus comes the English with full power upon us, and more than carefully it is concerned stands royally in our defenses.
The English are coming with a great force. We must respond as a great kingdom would.
My most redoubted father is most meet we arm us against the foe. The peace itself should not so dull a kingdom. Though war no known quarrel were in question, that defenses, musters, preparations should be maintained, assembled, and collected as were war and expectation.
Yes, Father, we should be ready for war at any time.
Oh, peace, Prince Dolphin, for you shall find his vanities forspent.
You are mistaken about this king. This king is foolish. We have nothing to fear.
In cases of defense, 'tis best to weigh the enemy more mighty than he seems.
Yes. Let's agree to disagree. No matter if Henry is strong or weak, it is best to be prepared.
Think we King Harry strong, and princes will be strongly armed to meet him. For the kindred of him hath been fleshed upon us, and he has bred out that bloody strain that haunted us in our familiar paths.
I think Henry is strong. Be ready to fight his armies. Our countries have fought for generations.
Ambassador of Harry, King of England, do crave minutes to your majesty. Henry's ambassadors are here to see you.
We'll give them present audience. Go and bring them.
Let them in.
Good my sovereign, take up the English shore, and let them know of what a monarch you are the head. Self-love, my liege, is not so vile a sin as self-neglect.
Please let them know that you come from a strong kingdom.
entreat your majesty in the name of God Almighty that you divest yourself and lay apart the bowl of glories that by gift of heaven and by law and nature of nations belong to him and to his heirs, namely the crown and all wide-stretched honors that pertain by the custom and ordinance of times unto the crown of France.
As a representative of King Henry, he commands you to give up your stolen kingdom. You must give up your crown and all the benefits that come with it.
Or else what follows? And if I don't, what will happen?
For if you hide the crown, even in your hearts, there he will wait for it. Therefore, in fierce tempest is he coming, thunder and an earthquake like a jug. For if Brian failed, he will compel to deliver up the crown, taking mercy on the poor souls of whom this hungry war.
So if you don't give him the crown, King Henry will come with the force of an earthquake or thunderstorm. With the strength of Zeus, give Henry the crown and have mercy over the people of your country.
For us we will consider of this further. Tomorrow shall you bear our full intent back to our brother England.
We will think about it and tell you tomorrow.
For the Dauphin, I stand here for him.
What to him from England?
What does Henry have to say to me?
Scorn and defiance, slight regard, contempt, and anything that may not misbecome. For thus is my mighty sender, and doth he prize you at it. Thus says my king and your father's highness, do not, and grant of all demands at large, try your trespass and return your mock.
He hates you.
Say, if my father render fair return, it is against my will. For I desire nothing but odds with England. To that end, as matching to his youth and vanity, I did present him with the Paris balls.
If my father says anything nice to you, it is against my will. Henry is immature, and I want to fight England, and that is why I delivered the tennis balls.
Tomorrow shall you know our mind at full.
Dispatch us with all speed, lest our king come himself to question our delay. For he is floating in this land already.
You should let us go now, since King Henry is already in France, and he will come and get us if we are late.
We shall soon be dispatched with fair conditions, and notice but small breath and little pause to answer matters of this consequence.
You shall know my answer soon. And that is not a long time to wait when we are deciding such important issues.
Henry's navy arrived in Hafler. Imagine a siege at the Hafler castle. Suppose the ambassador from the French comes back, tells Harry that the king doth offer him Catherine, his daughter, and with her, to dowry, some petty and unprofitable dukedoms. Imagine the messenger of the French king offers his daughter to Henry and some worthless land. The offer likes not, and the nimble gunner with line stock now the devilish cannon touches. And down goes all before them. Still be kind, and ye guard a performance with me. Henry didn't accept the king's offer, and so the war began.
refreshment before the next exciting segment of our afternoon's activities. So I'll see you. I just came up with this. Some lunch, my kingdom for some lunch. See you at 12:25. Day, I think. You'll let me know at the end whether it was the whole day or half. Anyway, welcome back. We are really excited to continue the last couple presentations before the awards. Are you excited about the awards? I know I would be, but let's get going so we don't waste any time at all. All right. Now, the first recorded production in America of a play by Shakespeare took place in 1730. Not recorded as you say it, as we were talking recorded as in, writing down that this was done in New York City. It was an amateur performance of Romeo and Juliet. Once Romeo and Juliet made its first appearance, more plays eventually followed, and in Philadelphia, we had several, in Charleston, then throughout the colonies. As a young man, George Washington was an avid theater goer and even attended one of these performances in Williamsburg. But for myself, Romeo and Juliet made me a star in England, and it was always among my favorites in New York, Philadelphia, and in tours of America. I was 20 when I made my first appearance as Juliet at Covent Garden Theatre in London. I did it to save my father and my family from poverty. Can you imagine? He was the manager of that theater, which was losing attendance due to intense competition from which other theaters were now involved. And they were introducing things like circus acts and animal displays, and they wanted to sell more tickets. So now it was up to me to save the family from destitution. For 3 weeks, I practiced every day with my mother. She made me a beautiful white satin dress with a long train and paste gems at the waist and a tiara to match. It's strange, though. I never really wanted to be an actor. And I never was the actor that my father and his family of true professionals were. I brought the talent that nature gave me to the theater, but I didn't always put in the labor that was necessary to consistently present a truly fine performance like they did. My performances were never quite the same. They depended on my own state of mind at the time rather than the result of the deliberate thought and consideration. And because of that, I never felt that I deserved the honorable name of actress. But others disagreed. And even at my first appearance, everything, absolutely everything, hinged on the fact that I was doing it for self-preservation for myself and my family. If I failed, my father would be destroyed and lose the only life he ever knew. I was practically pushed onto the stage. Did you ever feel that way? Yes, and I was stunned, but I persisted to the end, thinking about Shakespeare's poetry and how it was music to my ears. At the end of the play, to my amazement, there was a storm of applause. Congratulations, tears, everything. The audience loved me. Backstage, a joyous explosion of relief surrounded my family and me as well. No one guessed that I might have been the most unwilling actress in history. But after that, I performed in the great cities of England, and then my father and I boarded a ship for America, where we were scheduled to tour. After a thrilling debut in New York, my father, who is also a famous actor, and I toured for 2 years, and we could have continued doing so, except that Pierce Butler, a handsome and rich Philadelphian, and I fell in love, and we were married in 1834. In those times, it was expected that once a woman married, she would give up her career, and so I did. Writing was always something I loved, and so I spent much time doing that. We bought a house just outside Philadelphia, and I had a baby, a little girl named Sarah, and then another baby we named Fan. But our life together was destined to be a failure. His father died, and my husband learned that he had inherited a great deal of property. Plantations and over 1,000 slaves in the Sea Islands of Georgia. This was shocking. I was an abolitionist. I believed slavery was wrong. And I didn't know when I married him. During the Civil War, life became intolerable. My husband and our daughter Fan went back to the plantations in the South, and our daughter Sarah and I went to Massachusetts. I began to write more, and I soon found that the idea of reading Shakespeare's plays was proving popular and could provide a good living for me. I traveled both throughout America, and I went back to England a number of times, and Romeo and Juliet was a very large part of my readings. Now, let's hear it for the Fred S. Engel Middle School and see what they have prepared for us from Romeo and Juliet. Please welcome them.
Two households, both alike in dignity. In fair Verona, where we lay our scene.
From ancient grudge, rape to new evening.
Your civil blood makes civil hands unclean. From forth the fatal loins of these two foes. A pair of star-crossed lovers take their life.
Whose misadventure piteous overthrows. Doth with their death bury their parents' strength.
Here comes one of the house of Montague.
I will bite my thumb at him, and if he bears it, it is a disgrace if he bears it.
Do you bite your thumb at me, sir?
I do bite my thumb, sir.
Do you bite your thumb at me, sir?
Is it law of our side if I say I?
No.
No, sir. I do not bite my thumb at you, sir, but I bite my thumb, sir.
You lie.
Draw if you be man.
Hark, fools! Put up your swords! You know not what you do!
What art thou run amongst these heartless times? Turn thee, Benvolio. Look upon thy death!
I do, but keep the peace!
What's wrong in talk of peace? I hate the word. I say hate hell, all monstrels, and thee.
What ho! You men! You beasts! Throw your mistempered weapons to the ground! Prince hath sworn, since the third brawl twixt us, if we ever disturb his streets again, our lives shall pay forth the price. Good morrow, cousin.
Is the day so young? I mean, sad hours seem long.
What sadness lengthens Romeo's hours?
Not having that which having makes them short.
In love?
Out.
Of love?
Out of your favor where I am in love.
Tell me in sadness, who is that you love?
In sadness, cousin,
I do love a woman. I aim so near when I suppose to do love. Be ruled by me, forget to think of her.
Oh, teach me how I shall forget to think.
By giving liberty unto thine eyes examine other beauties.
Thou canst not teach you to forget.
Why, Romeo, art thou mad?
Not mad, thou more than a madman is. Shut up in prison, kept without my food, whipped and tormented and... Good evening, good fellow.
Good evening. My master is a great rich Capulet, and if you not be the house of Montague, I pray, come and cook a cup of wine. Rest you merry.
Let's go along, gentle Romeo. We must have you a dance.
Not I, believe me. You have dancing shoes with nimble soles. I have a soul of lead.
Come knock and enter.
But 'tis no whip to go.
Why, may one ask?
I dreamt a dream tonight.
And so did I.
And what was yours?
That dreamers often lie. Supper is done, and we shall come too late.
I fear too early, for my mind misgives some consequences yet hang in the stars, shall bitterly begin his fearful date with this night's revels.
Juliet! Good nurse, I'm here. What is your will? I've sent your disposition to be married. It is an honor that I dream not of. But think of marriage now, for the valiant Paris seeks your hand for love. Tonight, you shall hold him at your parents' feast. Go, girls, seek happiness and happy days.
What lady's that?
I know not, sir.
Oh, she doth teach the torches to burn bright, and my heart loved till now, forswear its sight, for I never saw true beauty till this night.
This spy's voice should be a Montague. Now by the stock and honor of my kin, to strike him dead, I hold it not a sin. This is a Montague, our foe, a villain that is hither come in spite, to scorn at our solemnity this night. I'll not endure him.
He shall be endured. Is Cabinet Master here, or you? Go to.
If I profane with my unworthiest hand, this shrine the gentle find is this, to smooth that rough touch with a tender kiss.
Good pilgrim, you do wrong your hand too much, which merely devotion shows in this. For saints have hands that pilgrims' hands do touch, and palm to palm is holy palmer's kiss.
Have not saints lips and holy palmers too?
Aye, lips that they must use in prayer.
Oh, then, dear saint, let lips do what hands do, they pray.
You kiss by the book. Madam, your mother craves a word with you.
What is her mother?
Her mother is the lady of this house.
Is she a Capulet?
Away be gone, this word is at its best.
Aye, so I fear, the more is my unrest.
Come hither, nurse. Or yours? Nurse, what is yon gentleman?
His name is Romeo, and he is a Montague, the only son of your great enemy.
My only love sprung from my only hate, too early seen unknown, and known too late.
Romeo, my cousin Romeo, he ran this way and left this orchard wall. Come, blindness, love, and best befits the dark.
If love be blind, love cannot hit the mark.
Go then, for 'tis in vain to seek him here, he means not to be found.
He jests at scars that never felt a wound. But soft, will light through yonder window breaks? It is the east, and Juliet is the sun. It is my lady, oh, it is my love, oh, that she knew she were.
Ay me.
She speaks, oh, speak again, bright angel.
Romeo, Romeo, wherefore art thou, Romeo? Deny thy father and refuse thy name. Or if thou wilt not, be but sworn my love, and I'll no longer be a Capulet.
Shall I hear more, or speak at this?
'Tis but thy name that is my enemy. Thou art thyself, though not Montague. Oh, be some other name. What's in a name? That which we call a rose by any other word to smell sweet. So Romeo would, were he not Romeo called. Romeo doth thy name. For that name, 'tis no part of thee, take all myself.
I take thee at thy word. Call me but love, and henceforth I will never be Romeo.
But art thou not a Montague? How canst thou hither? Tell me, and wherefore?
With loves like wings did I approach these walls.
If any of my kinsmen find thee here, they will murder thee.
I have night's cloak to hide me from their eyes, and but thou love me, let them find me here. My life were better ended by their hate than death prorogued, wanting of thy love.
Dost thou love me? Oh, gentle Romeo, if thou dost love, pronounce it faithfully.
Lady, by yonder blessed moon I vow.
Oh, swear not by the moon.
What shall I swear by?
Do not swear at all, or if thou wilt. Madam, anon, good nurse. 3 words, good Romeo, and good night indeed. If that thy bent of love be honorable, thy purpose marriage, send me word tomorrow, and all my fortunes at thy foot I'll lay, and follow thee, my lord, throughout the world. Madam, by and by I come. Tomorrow I will send.
So thrive my soul.
1,000 times more.
Love goes towards love as schoolboys from their books, but love from love towards school with heavy looks. Good morrow, Father.
Benedictine, our Romeo hath not been in bed tonight? God pardon him, was that with Rosaline?
With Rosaline, my ghostly father? No, I have forgotten that name, and that name's woe.
That's good, my son, but be plain. Where hast thou been then?
The plainly know, my heart's dear love is set on the fair daughter of the rich Capulet. We met, we wooed, we made exchange of vow. All tell these we passed, but this I pray, that thou wilt consent to marry us today?
Holy Saint Francis!
I pray thee, chide me not.
Come, in one respect I am thy assistant be. For this alliance may so happily prove to turn your household's rancor to pure love.
fool should this Romeo be? Hate me not home tonight?
Not to his father's. I spoke with his man.
Good morrow to you both. What counterfeit did I give you?
The slip, sir. The slip.
Pardon, good Mercutio. My business was great.
Why? Is this not better now than groaning for love?
Good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening, gentlewoman.
Can any of you tell me where I can find the young Romeo?
I can tell you, I'm the youngest of that name.
If you be he, sir, I desire some confidence with you.
I will follow you.
Farewell, lady.
If ye should lead her, let me tell you, if ye should lead her into a fool's paradise, that is truly a gross thing to do. It is an ill kind of behavior.
I protest unto thee. Bid her to come to shrift this afternoon. There she shall be in Friar Lawrence's cell, be shrived and married.
She shall be there.
So smile the heavens upon this holy act, that after our sorrow will chide us not.
I pray you, good Mercutio, let's retire. The day is hot, the capitals are abroad, and if we meet, we shall not escape a brawl. By my head, here come the Capulets. By my heel, I care not.
Gentlemen, good evening. A word.
And but a word with one of us? Couplet was something. Make it a word and blow.
You shall find me up to enough to that, sir. Mercutio, thou consortest with Romeo.
Why, consort? Does that make us minstrels?
Well, peace be with you, sir. Here comes my man. Romeo, the love I thee can afford. No better term than this. Thou art a villain!
Tybalt, the love I have for thee doth excuse such a greeting. Villain, I am none.
Boy, this shall not excuse the injuries thou hast done me.
I do protest I never injured thee, and so good Capulet, whose name I tender as dearly as my own, be satisfied.
Oh, calm, dishonorable, vile submission! Tybalt, you rat catcher, will you walk?
What wilt thou have with me?
Good king of cats, nothing but one of your 9 lives.
I am for you.
Gentle Mercutio. Tybalt, Mercutio, the prince expressly hath forbid this. Hold Tybalt, good Mercutio.
Art thou hurt? A scratch. Marry, 'tis enough.
Courage, man, hurt cannot be much.
It will serve. Ask for me tomorrow, and you shall find me a great man. Plague both your houses. Plague both your houses.
I will triumph, and Mercutio is slain. Tybalt, Mercutio's soul is but a little way above our heads, saying for thine to keep him company. Either thou or I or both must go with him.
Thou wretched boy, shout with him hence.
Romeo! Away be gone! The prince will doom thee to death! For this offense, the best hat is exile hence! Make haste, hence be gone! Away!
Oh, I am fortune's fool!
Come, gentle knight, give me my Romeo. Oh, I have bought the mansion of a love, but not yet possessed it. And though I am sold, not yet enjoyed. So tedious is this day.
Now, nurse, what news?
Romeo is banished. He killed. He's slain.
Oh, God! Did Romeo's hand shed Tybalt's blood? Oh, serpent heart, him with the flowering face. Did ever dragon keep so fair a cave? Oh, that deceit should dwell in such a gorgeous palace. Oh, find him. Give this ring to my true knight, and bid him come to take his last farewell.
Affliction is an errand of thy parts, and thou art wedded to calamity.
Banishment, be merciful, seek death. Exile hath more terror in its look. More than death, do not say banishment.
This is dear mercy, and thou see it, it's not.
'Tis torture, not mercy. Heaven is here where Juliet lives, and every unworthy thing may live here in heaven and look upon her. But Romeo may not.
Good Romeo, hide thyself! Who knocks so hard? Whence came you? What's your will?
I come from Lady Juliet.
Welcome then.
What sayst, my lady? How is she?
She says nothing, sir, but weeps and weeps. Here, she bid me give you this ring. Hie, you make haste, for it grows very late.
How well my comfort is revived by this.
Go to Mantua. I'll find your man, and he shall signify from time to time.
Farewell.
Farewell. Wilt thou be gone? It is not yet near day. It was the nightingale, and not the lark.
It was the lark, the herald of the morn. I must be gone and live, or stay and die.
Yon light is not daylight. I know it, Thou needst not be gone.
Let me be taken. Let me be put to death. I have more care to stay than will to go. Come, death, and welcome. Juliet wills it so. How is my soul? Let's talk. It is not day.
It is. Hie hence, be gone away. For now be gone, more light and light it grows. Madam, your lady mother is coming to your chamber. Then window, let day in and let life out.
Farewell, farewell. With one kiss I'll descend.
Art thou gone so? Love, lord, thy husband, friends. Oh, thinkst thou we shall ever meet again?
I doubt it not.
Oh God, I have an ill-defining soul. Methinks I see thee, but thou art so low as one dead in the bottom of a tomb. Why, how now, Juliet? Madam, truthfully, I am not well. Evermore weeping for your cousin's death? Well, thou hast a careful father, child. One who to put thee from thy heaviness has sorted out a sudden day of joy. Madam, in happy time, what day is that? Marry, my child, early next Thursday morn. The gallant Paris shall happily make thee a joyful bride. He shall not make me a joyful bride. I pray you, tell my lord and father, I will not marry yet. Tell him so yourself, and see how we will take it at your hands. I would the fool be married to her grave. Oh, sweet my mother, cast me not away. Delay this marriage for a month, a week, or if you do not, make the bridal bed that dim monument where Tybalt lies. Alack, alack, that heaven should practice stratagems upon so soft a subject as myself. What sayst thou?
Romeo, your first... Romeo is banished, and all the world to nothing. And I think your second option is better than your first, for your first is dead, or 'twere as good he were.
Go in and tell my lady I am gone, having displeased my father to Friar Lawrence's cell, to make confession and to be absolved. Oh, shut the door. God joined my heart and Romeo's through our hands. Give me some present counsel. I long to die. If thou speakst, speak not of remedy.
I do spy a kind of hope. If rather not to marry Count Paris, thou hast the strength and will to slay thyself, then it is likely thou wilt undertake a thing like death to chide away this shame.
I will do it without fear or doubt, to live an unstained wife to my sweet prince.
Wait. Go home. Be merry. Give consent to marry Paris. But not let thy nurse lay with thee in thy chamber.
Take this vial.
When drinking and present through all veins, no pulse, no warmth, will be as if dead. This will continue 2 and 40 hours. Then you will awake as from pleasant sleep, and Romeo, by my letters, will know of our drift. And he shall.
Love, give me strength, and strength shall help afford. Farewell, dear father. Farewell. God knows when we shall meet again. What if this do not work at all? Shall I then be married tomorrow morning? Romeo, I come. This I do drink to thee.
Not get a messenger to send it to thy thee. Here it is again.
Oh, unhappy fortune! This letter was of dear importance, and the neglecting of it made in much danger. Now must I go to the monument alone.
News from Verona. How now, Benvolio? Hast thou no letters to me from the friar? How is my lady? For nothing can be ill if she is well.
Then she is well, and nothing can be ill. Her body sleeps in Cowper's monument.
Is it even so? Then I defy you, stars! I will hence tonight.
I do beseech you, cuz, have patience.
Hast thou no letters to me from the friar?
No!
Get thee gone, I'll be with thee straight. Tonight, my Juliet, I will lie with thee. What ho, apothecary, come hither, man. Here are 40 ducats. Let me have a dram of poison.
Such mortal drugs I have, but my tune is laws, death to any he that utters them. My poverty, but not my will, consents.
I pay thy poverty and not thy will. Oh, my love, my wife. Beauty's ensign is yet crimson in thy lips and in thy cheeks. Dear Juliet, why art thou yet so fair? Oh, here's where I will set up my everlasting rest. Eyes, look your last. Arms, take your last embrace. Here's to my love. Oh, true apothecary, thy drugs are quick.
Romeo, what's here enclosed in my true love's hand? Poison, I see, at Venice timeless end. Oh, churl, drunk all, and left no friendly drop to help me after? Oh, happy dagger, this is thy sheath. There rust, and let me die.
For never was the story of more woe than this of Juliet and her Romeo.
The middle. Oh, here. Well, that was quite a job, wasn't it? I was impressed, and I know the play very, very well. But I hope every one of those actors becomes a star, just as I did the first time I did Romeo and Juliet. Let's continue. All right. As I mentioned earlier, there was a time when audiences wanted more than a good tragedy or comedy, and competitive theater owners started bringing in circus acts, animal exhibitions, dog tricks, ballet companies, musical interludes, and more. And this is all in the middle of a tragedy. So on Tuesdays, sometimes there would be a fundraiser for a couple of actors who really were down on their luck, and so they'd advertise that. Other times they'd advertise all these new and different additions. And I thought you might like to hear a few of the advertisements that are real. I just copied them down recently and said, these are, well, I found them rather humorous. But anyway, here, I'll let you decide. On Tuesday evening, for 2 nights only, see Shakespeare's tragedy, Othello, the Moor of Venice, acted by Mr. Edmund Kean, followed by the hilarious comedy, The Beehive, and a delightful romance, Love a la Mode, for your enjoyment. Another one, proclaimed a complete success by reviews. We offer for your enjoyment The Elfin Sprite or The Grim Gray Woman, with added performances of A Ferry Across the Rhine and an outrageous farce, 3 weeks after marriage. At Theatre Leeds, at a benefit for Mr. and Mrs. Southgate, on Monday evening, see The Tragedy of Hamlet, after which the favorite duet of Oh Dear, What Can the Matter Be by Mr. and Mrs. Wood, ending with the comic opera Inkle and Yuriko. Tuesday evening at the Plymouth, see Hamlet, with a ballet at the interlude, followed by Cinderella or The Little Glass Slipper. And finally, see The Merchant of Venice with Miss Clara Fisher, and after you will enjoy My Love is So Witty, read by Mr. Ward, followed by a favorite song by Miss Tinstall, and ending the evening, all players will participate in The Spoiled Child with Miss Fisher as Little Pickle. But now, if you will allow me, I'd like to sing Titania's little ditty from the musical version of A Midsummer Night's Dream to introduce the final entrant in our festival. Let's walk down a little time. Be kind and courteous to this gentleman. Hop in his walks and gambol in his eyes. Feed him with apricots and dewberries. Honey bags steal from the humble bees. Nod to him, elves, to him courtesies. And now, thank you. Let's welcome Downingtown Middle School with A Midsummer Night's Dream.
Welcome ye humble audience to A Midsummer Night's Dream, brought to you by Downingtown Middle School.
Our tale begins in the palace of Theseus, with Theseus, Duke of Athens, his fair bride Hippolyta, and the other members of the court. Hermia, daughter of Aegeus, is betrothed to Demetrius, but is in love with another, Lysander.
Hermia's childhood playfellow Helena is in love with Demetrius, and a love affair unravels between the four of them.
Now, fair Hippolyta, our nuptial hour draws on apace, but oh, methinks how slow.
4 days will quickly steep themselves in night. 4 nights will quickly dream away the hours, and then the silver moon will behold the sight of our wedding merriments and vows.
Aegeus, praise thy audience, my duke.
Welcome, Aegeus. What's the news with thee?
Full of vexation, come on, with complaint against my child, my daughter Hermia. Stand forth, Demetrius, and my noble lord, this man hath my consent to marry her. Stand forth, Lysander, My gracious Duke, this with cunning hath filched my daughter's heart. Turned her obedience, which is due me, to stubborn harshness.
Take time to pause, and by the next new moon, either prepare to die for disobedience to your father's will, or else to wed Demetrius, as he demands.
Relent, sweet Hermia, and Lysander, yield thy crazed title to my certain right.
You have our father's love, Demetrius. Let me have Hermia's. Do you marry him?
Scornful Lysander, she is mine, and all my right of her I do estate unto Demetrius.
Come, Hippolyta. Demetrius Negius, go along. I must employ you in some business. For you, fair Hermia, see you fit your fancies to your father's will, or else the law of Athens yields you up.
I have a widow, a dowager. From Athens is her house remote 7 leagues. If thou lovest me then, steal forth tomorrow night, and there in the woods I will stay for thee.
My good Lysander, I swear to thee by Cupid's strongest bow, and that same place thou hast appointed me, tomorrow truly will I meet with thee.
Keep promise, love. Look, here comes Helena.
Godspeed, fair Helena. Whither away?
Oh, teach me how you look, and with what art you sway the motion of Demetrius' heart.
I frown upon him, yet he loves me still.
Oh, that's your frown to teach my smile such skill.
The more I hate, the more he follows me.
The more I love, the more he hated me.
His folly, Helen, is no fault of mine.
None but your beauty, would that fault were mine.
Take comfort, he no more shall see my face. Lysander and myself shall fly this place.
Tomorrow night, when shadows do conceal, through Athens' gates we devise to steal.
And in the woods where we shared secret sweets, there my Lysander and myself shall meet. Farewell, sweet playfellow, pray thou for us, and good luck grant thee thy Demetrius.
Ere Demetrius looked on Hermia's eye, he held down oath that he was only mine. I will go tell him of fair Hermia's flight.
Far away in the Athenian forest, Peter Quince and his band of workers prepare a play as a wedding gift for Theseus and his bride. However, Snug, Bottom, Fluke, Snout, and Starveling do not make for a very clever cast.
Here's the scroll of which every man's name which is thought fit through all Athens to play in our interlude before the Duke and Duchess on his wedding day at night. Our play is the most lamentable comedy and most cruel death of Pyramus and Thisbe.
Now, good Peter Quince, call forth your actors by the scroll.
Answer as I call you, Nick Bottom, the weaver.
Ready. Name what part I am for, and proceed.
You, Nick Bottom, are set down for Pyramus.
What is Pyramus? A lover or a tyrant?
A lover that drives himself mad for love.
That will ask some tears in the true performing of it. If I do it, let the audience look to their eyes. I will move stones.
Francis Fluke, bellows maker.
Here, Peter Quince.
Francis Fluke, you must take Thisbe upon you.
What is Thisbe? A wandering knight?
It is the lady that Pyramus must love.
Let me not play a woman, for I have his beard coming.
What's all one? You shall play it in a mask, and you may speak as small as you will.
And I may hide my face. Let me play Thisbe too. I'll speak in a monstrous little voice. Thisbe, Thisbe.
No, no, you must play Pyrrhus, and Fluke, you Thisbe. Robin Starveling, the tailor.
Here, Peter Quince.
You must play Thisbe's mother. Tom Snout, the tinker.
Here, Peter Quince.
You must play Pyramus' father. Myself, Thisbe's father. Snug the joiner, you the lion's part. And I hope here is the play fitted.
Have you the lion's part written? Pray you, if it be, give it me, for I am slow study.
You may do an extempore, for it is nothing but roaring.
Let me play the lion too. I will roar that I will do any man's heart good to hear me. I will roar that the Duke shall say, let him roar again. Let him roar again.
You should do too terribly. We fright the Duchess.
And the ladies that they would treat.
And that were enough to hang us all.
That would hang us every mother's son.
I would roar as simply as any nightingale.
You can play no part but Pyrrhus. Masters, hear your parts. Learn them by tomorrow evening and meet me in the palace wood a mile without the town by moonlight. There we will rehearse. I pray you fail me not.
Meanwhile, Oberon and Titania, rulers of the fairies, are in disagreement over a changeling child. And Oberon plots with Puck to teach Titania a lesson. Titania, if I were thou, I'd consider filing for a divorce.
Ill met by moonlight, proud Titania.
What? Jealous Oberon? Fairies, skip hence. I forsworn his company.
Why does Titania cross her over on? I do but beg a little changeling boy to be my henchman.
Not for thy fairy kingdom. Fairies, away.
Well, go thy way. Thou shalt not from this grove till I torment thee for this injury. My gentle puck, come hither. Thou rememberest the little western flower, purple with love's wound? Fetch me this herb, and be thou here again, ere the Leviathan comes from a league.
I'll put a gird about the earth in 40 minutes.
Having once this juice, I'll watch Titania while she sleeps, and drop the liquor of it in her eyes. The next thing then she waking looks upon, be it bear or lion or wolf or bull, or meddling monkey or busy ape, she shall pursue it with the soul of love.
I love thee not, therefore pursue me not. Where is Lysander and fair Hermia? The one I'll slay, the other slayeth me. Hence get thee gone and follow me no more.
You draw me, for my heart is true as steel.
Tempt not too much the hatred of my spirit, for I am sick when I do look on thee.
And I am sick when I look not on you.
I'll run from thee, hide me in the brakes, and leave thee to the mercy of the wild beasts.
I'll follow thee, and make a heaven of hell to die upon the hand I love so well.
Fare thee well, nymph. Ere he do leave this grove, thou shalt fly him and seek thy love. Hast thou the flower then? Welcome wonder, I pray give it me. Take thou some of it and seek through this grove. A sweet Athenian lady is in love with a disdainful youth. Anoint in his eyes, but do it when the next thing he espies may be the lady.
Fear not, my lord, your servant shall do so.
While Lysander and Hermia plot to escape and elope, Puck enters, ready to make mischief between the couples. Meanwhile, Helena chases desperately after Demetrius, yet he still only has eyes for Hermia.
Come now, sing me now, sleep with fairy songs. Then to your offices and let me rest.
1, 2, 3, 1, 2.
He smiled his face with double tongue. Thorny hedgehogs may not see. Nymphs and blind worms do no wrong. Come not near our fairy queen. Come not near our fairy queen.
Hence away. Now all is well.
What thou seest when thou dost awake, do it for thy true love take. Be it boar or cat or bear, wake when some vile thing is near.
Fair love, you faint with wandering in the wood. And to speak the truth, I've lost our way. We'll rest us, if you think it good, and tarry for the comfort of the day.
Be it so, Lysander. Find you out of bed, for I upon this bank shall rest my head.
One turf shall serve a pillow for us both, one bed, one love, 2 hearts, and 1 trough.
Nay, good Lysander. For my sake, my dear, lie further off yet. Do not lie so near. Such separation as may well be said becomes a virtuous bachelor and a maid. So far be distant, and good night, sweet friend. Thy love near altar till thy sweet life end.
Here is my bed. Pray sleep give thee all his rest.
Night in silence, who is here? Weeds of Athens he doth woo. Till upon thy eye throw all the power this charm doth owe. Stay, do thou kill me, sweet Demetrius!
I charge thee hence. Do not haunt me thus.
Who is here? Lysander on the ground? Dead or asleep? I see no blood, no wound. Lysander, if you live, good sir, awake.
And walk through a fire I will for thy sweet sake. Where is Demetrius? Oh, how fitting a word is that vile name to perish on thy sword!
Do not say so, Lysander, say not so. What, though he love your Hermia? Lord, what though? Yet Hermia still loves you. Then be content.
Content with Hermia? No, I do repent the tedious minutes with her I spent. It is not Hermia, but Helena I love, who will not change a raven for a dove.
Wherefore was I to this keen mockery born, when at your hands did I deserve the scorn? Good troth you do me wrong, good sooth you do, in such disdainful manner me to woo. But fare you well, perforce I must confess, I thought you lord of more true gentleness. Oh, that a lady of one man refused, should of another therefore be abused.
Help me, Lysander, help me. Ah, me, for pity. What a dream was here. Lysander, look now, I do quake with fear. Lysander, what? Removed? Alack, where are you? Then I will perceive you are not nigh. Either death or you, I'll find immediately.
The couples continue continue their exhausting and slightly confusing dispute. Meanwhile, the disastrous rehearsal continues for the workmen, whilst Puck continues his mysterious work.
Here's a marvelous convenient place for our rehearsal. This green plot shall be our stage. Pyramus, you begin. When you have spoken your speech, enter into that break, and so everyone according to his cue.
What hemped homespuns have we swaggering here, so near the cradle of the fairy queen?
Thisbe, the flower's odor sweet, so doth thy breath, my dearest Thisbe dear. But hark, a voice, stay thou here a while, and by I will to thee appear.
A stranger Pyramus than ever played here.
My sweet Pyramus, most lily white of hue, as true as the truest horse that yet would never tire. I meet thee, fair Pyramus, and it is too.
Night is too, man. Why, you must not speak that yet. That you answer a Pyramus. You speak all your part at once, cues and all. Pyramus, enter, your cue is past. It is never tire.
Oh, as true as the truest horse that yet would never tire.
If I were fair Thisbe, I will only thine.
Oh, Bottom, thou art changed. What do I see on thee?
Bless thee, Bottom, bless thee, thou art translated.
Oh, monstrous, oh, strange. We are haunted. Pray, Master Flying Master, no!
Why do they run away? I see their knavery. This is to make an ass of me, to fright me if they could. But I will not stir from this place, do what they can. I will walk up and down here, and I shall sing that they shall hear. I am not afraid. The ousel cock so black of hue, with orange tawny bill. The throstle with his not so true, the wren with little quill.
What angel wakes me from my father? I pray thee, gentle moral, sing again. On the first view I say, I swear, I love thee.
I have enough wit to get out of this wood. I shall have enough to serve mine own turn.
Out of these woods do not desire to go. Thou shalt remain here, whether thou wilt or not. I give thee fairies to attend on thee. Peas, blossom, cob, web, moat, mustard, and seed. Ready? And I, and I, and I, and I. Be kind and courteous to this gentleman. Feed him with apricots and dewberries. Not to him elves and do him courtesy. Hail, mortal! Hail! 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 Come, wait upon him. Lead him to my bower.
As Puck wreaks havoc on the Athenians, Oberon tries to fix his mistakes, whilst the affair between the couples becometh even more tangled. Oberon, it might do ye some good to get some better henchmen.
How now, mad spirit?
My mistress of the monster is in love.
Oh, why rebuke you him that loves you so? Lay breath so bitter on your bitter foe.
Where is my Lysander? The sun was not so true unto the day as he to me. Ah, Demetrius, wilt thou give him me?
I am not guilty of Lysander's blood, nor is he dead, for aught that I can tell.
See me no more, whether he be dead or not.
There is no following her in this fierce vein. Here, therefore, for a while I remain. So sorrow's heaviness doth heavier grow, for debt that bankrupt sleep doth sorrow owe.
What hast thou done? Thou hast mistaken quite and laid the love juice on some true love's sight. About the wood go swifter than the wind, and Helena of Athens look thou find. I'll charm his eyes again, she do appear.
Captain of our fairy band, Helena is here at hand, and the youth mistook by me. Lord, what fools these mortals be!
Stand aside, the noise they make will cause Demetrius to awake.
Why should you think that I will in scorn?
These vows are Hermia's. Will you give her o'er?
Demetrius loves her, and he loves not you.
Oh, Helen, goddess nymph, perfect divine, to what shall I compare thine eye? Oh, let me kiss this princess of pure white, this seal of bliss.
Oh, spite. Oh, hell, I see you all are both set against me for your merriment. If you were men, as men you are in show, you are not used a gentle lady so. You are both rivals and love Hermia. And now both rivals to mock me, Helena.
Lysander, why unkindly didst thou leave me so?
Why should him stay when love doth press to go?
What love could press Lysander from my side?
Fair Helena, who more enguiles the night than all yon fiery oes and eyes of light.
You speak not as you think, it cannot be.
Injurious Hermia, most ungrateful maid. Have you conspired to join with men in scorning your poor friend?
I scorn you not. It seems that you scorn me.
Have you not set Lysander, as in scorn, to follow me and praise my eyes and face? And made your other love, Demetrius, call me goddess, nymph, divine, and rare?
I understand not what you mean by this.
I do. Persevere, counterfeit sad looks, make mouths upon me when I turn my back, wink each at the other, hold the sweet jest up. Fare ye well. It's partly my own fault, which death or absence soon shall remedy.
Stay gentle, Helena. I love thee, I swear I do.
I say, I love thee more than he can do.
If thou say so, withdraw and prove it too.
Lysander, virtue tends all this.
Hang off, thou cat, thou bird, I'll thing let loose.
Why are you grown so rude? What change is this sweet love? Do you not jest?
'Tis no jest that I hate thee and love Helena.
You thief of love, what? Have you come by night and stolen my love's heart from him?
Have you no modesty, no maiden shame, no touch of bashfulness? Fie, fie, you counterfeit, you puppet, you!
Puppet, how low am I, thou painted maypole? I am not yet so low but that my nails can reach unto thine eyes.
Oh, when she is angry, she is keen and shrewd. Though she be little, she is fierce.
Little again? Nothing but low and little. Why will you suffer her flout me thus? Let me come to her.
Get gone, you dwarf, you bead, you acorn.
Let her alone. Speak not of Helena. Take not her part.
Now let us strive of whose right is most in Helena, of thine or mine.
I will not trust you, nor longer stay in your cursed company. Your hands than mine are quicker for stray. My legs are longer, though, to run away.
I am amazed, and know not what to say.
This is thy negligence. Still thou mistakest and committest thy knaveries willingly.
Believe me, King of Shadows, I mistook.
Leave these testy rivals so astray, one come not within another's way. Then crush this herb into Lysander's eye. Once they wake, all this derision shall seem a dream and fruitless vision.
Yet but three, come one more. Two of both kinds makes up four.
Never so weary, never so in woe. I can no further crawl, no further go. Here will I rest me until the break of day.
When thou wakest, thou takest true delight in thy former lady's eye.
Meanwhile, Titania becomes attracted to Bottom, first a manipulative king, then a donkey. Titania, doth thy habit no standards? Whilst Titania continues to make decisions she will later regret, in a much less amusing turn of events, the court arrives to watch the production that is courtesy of Quince and his band of, well, I guess you can call them actors.
Come, sit thee down upon this flower bed, while I kiss thee fair large ears, my gentle joy.
Pray you, let none of your people stir me. I have an exhibition of sleep to come upon me.
Sleep thou, and I will wind thee in my arms. Oh, how I love thee! Oh, how I dote on thee!
Now, my Titania, wake you, my sweet queen.
My Oberon, what visions have I seen? Methought I was enamored of an ass.
There lies your love. Robin, take off this head. Come, my queen, take hands with me and walk the ground these mortals be.
Come, my lord, in our flight, tell me how I came this night, that I, sleeping here, was found with these mortals on the ground.
Since we have the vanguard of the day, my love shall hear the music of my hounds.
But soft, what nymphs are these? Go wake them.
Enough! Enough, my lord! You've had enough! I beg the law upon his head!
To Helena, Oz betrothed. Erie, I saw Hermia. And now, The object and pleasure of mine eye is only Helena.
Fair lovers, you are fortunately met. Of this discourse, we will hear more anon. Now away with us, to Athens. 3 and 3 will hold a feast in great solemnity.
When my cue comes, call me, and I will answer. Peter Quince, flute, I have had a most rare vision. I have had a dream past the wit of any man to say what a dream it was. I shall get Peter Quince to write a ballad of this dream. It shall be called Bottom's Dream.
If we shadows have offended,
Think but this and all is mended.
that you have but slumbered here.
While these visions did appear.
Give us your hands.
If we be friends,
And thus our dream will rightly end.
All is well now.
Thank you very much.
Well, what a delightful interpretation. Thank you, Downingtown Middle School. Now, theater hasn't always looked like the stage that we're used to. You probably know that. The apron used to extend out into the audience, so it was easy to throw rotten tomatoes at the actors. Since the auditorium was usually lit during the show, and people brought food and drink, they talked to their friends and sometimes even called out to the actors, you can imagine how disruptive it was. But speaking of lighting, candles were used at first. Then kerosene and gas, which were both very dangerous, came into use, which is why so many theaters burned to the ground. And people who could afford the expensive tickets sat in boxes apart from the gallery, which were often hot and dirty and smelled. Audience members would get up in the middle of the show, and usually in an important part, and they'd go out, and then they'd come back in, and whenever they felt like it. The sound was terrible, even after I started acting. When I tried out for Juliet, the first thing my father did was take me to Covent Garden stage to test my voice to be sure it would carry. My Aunt Sarah Siddons, who is probably the most famous actress in all of England, almost never got to act again after her first show because no one could hear her. But she learned, and it was a star-studded career after that. But it was lucky that she got a chance, a second chance. Oh, well, shall we have a few people come up and do some declaiming? I don't know, maybe, well, let's do it. And if they need to cut us, someone will come out and say, cut, like that. All right. May I have oh, I don't know, maybe 6 of you to come up here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 2 of you back there. 3 and 4. In the blue shirt, maybe there. Yes, and the person next to you. And then 2 from here. And of course you with the wavy hand and the person next to you. All right, come up. Oh, do we have any boys? I don't think I got a boy. All right. All right, let's have this boy. Your fan club was there for you. Isn't it wonderful? One more boy. You there. Yes. All right. Now, I guess you're going to have to break up into groups of 3. 3 and 3. And what you'll do is you'll each pick one of these special sayings. And I want you to declaim like they did in the old theater. Remember I was saying they took like a big pause and do this sort of thing? All right.
Doing it together. Do it at the same time.
Well, not at the same time. You'll each take one of your own. Okay, cool. Everyone will get their own line to say. They are going to declaim the way you did in, as I showed you earlier, you know, taking a very dramatic pose and saying it loudly, so you will get a good career going, not like Aunt Sarah Siddons almost didn't have. All right, so let's see. How many of you are there? Oh, I brought up some extra boys. Can you 4 read off those pages? Pick one you like, that page there. And you all will pick one of these that you like from this page. And they're pretty easy, so, you know, it won't be too hard to go out and say, beware the odds of Mars, like that. All right, and you can read it if you'd like. Each one of you will pick one. Boy, they're quick. All right. And you will step out. Everyone stand in a nice straight line, and when it's your turn, you have to call attention to yourself. You will come right over here to this microphone. I think that's what they called it. And then you will do your part, and then the audience, of course, you know what to do. Thank you. That's great. And then you step back, and the next person can go out. I guess it's best just to start at the very beginning. A very good place to start. All right.
Okay.
And action.
Romeo, Romeo, wherefore art thou, Romeo?
What's in a name? Rose by any other name would smell as sweet.
A horse, my kingdom, a horse.
To be or not to be? That is the question.
Get thee to a nunnery.
Oh, Hamlet.
Helena, Midsummer Night's Dream. Beware the Ides of March.
Now don't forget, take your time and take that last pose. You all seem so anxious to get back in line.
We're not too.
All right, go ahead.
We're not. All the blisters is not gold. Lord, what fools these mortals be?
I have to have you go up and do it again, because don't you think that these mortals are awfully funny? Well then, say it like you think they're funny.
Lord, what fools these mortals be?
Better. Thank you. Everyone now, when I say 3, you'll take your bow. 1, 2, 3. And then you can go back to your places. Sure. I'll take it.
Sorry.
Okay, that's all right. You're welcome. Thank you. All right. So I think at this point we may be ready. Let's see. Mrs. J. Della Ragione, are we ready to move on to the next thing? Let me check. At this point, you are at liberty to chat or recite your lines. I don't care, whatever it is you want to do right now that is within bounds. And we'll have about 15 to 20 minutes before the awards are announced. So enjoy.
Actually, you can put this on here. It's not like the student forum where they like. Okay.
No worries.
All right. Well, hello, everyone. Hi. Hi. Did you all have a great time today? It is so much better to be doing this in person and seeing all of your shining faces and all of the parents, guardians, and coordinators out there for all the support for all you guys. You guys were so incredible. You guys all deserve a round of applause. Yes. My name is Jay Della Ragione, and I am the Special Events Coordinator for the Chester County Intermediate Unit, and I'm here to present the awards this afternoon. Thank you so much for entertaining all of us today. I hold this event near and dear to my heart because I performed with my alma mater, Penns Grove, and Elk Ridge many, many, many moons ago. So, right on this stage. I actually found the old playbill too, our little program too. I gave to Kathy, I'm like, look, there's me. So, I'm not biased, but this event is one of my favorite events that we have to coordinate. So, you guys all did a great job. Thank you so much, and we really enjoyed everyone's excellent performance. I know that you're all waiting to hear the awards, but first and foremost, I would like to thank a few people that made this event all possible. I ask if you can give a big round of applause to all your drama teachers. Next, please give a big round of applause to all of your parents and guardians. And lastly, I would like to thank the staff. Thank you to Fanny Kemmel, who was played by the marvelous Pat Jordan. Our videographers, Taylor Reeder and Jennifer Lally. And Laura DeFrancio. Communications specialist, Ms. Haley Taylor. Marketing and community engagement manager, Ms. Jennifer Tchaikovsky. Our runner for today, who was actually running, Marta Howard. Our curtain assistant for this afternoon, Mrs. Beth Edwards. And your judges, Kate Campbell, Mia Fries, Gabby Novia Valley, and Teresa Rose Bryn. Thank you guys. So now, the moment you have all been waiting for, let's present some awards, shall we? I would say in no particular order, but they are in a particular order, so I'm going to try to mix it up a bit. So we're going to start with the group awards for this afternoon. For the Subtle Digs Award, that goes to Penns Grove Middle School. If someone could please go up to stage left. This way, this way. Actually, my left. I've been out of commission for years, so. All right, let's give Penns Grove a big round of applause. The Proudly Projecting Award goes to Hopewell Elementary. The Supernatural Spectator Award goes to Great Valley Middle School. The Melodramatic Morbid Moments Award goes to Pierce Middle School. I like that alliteration. The Curtain Call Kudos Award goes to Windsor Christian Academy. The Music to My Ears Award goes to Downingtown Middle School. And the All in the Family Award goes to Fred S. Engel Middle School. The Shakespearean Shake-Up Award goes to Pierce Middle School. The Tickles the Funny to the Bone Award. Tickles the Funny Bone. Okay, got that. Award goes to Downingtown Middle School. Setting up the Stage Award goes to Fred S. Engel Middle School. The Not Lost in Translation Award goes to Windsor Christian Academy. The Enviable Ensemble Award goes to Great Valley Middle School. The Cleverly Clad Award goes to Hopewell Elementary. And I'm not sure what this means, but the Silly Swashbuckling Award goes to Penns Grove Middle School. I like that name. Okay, give it up for the group awards. Thank you. All right, and now for the individual awards. The Scene Stealer Award goes to Tessa Shervanstava. Did I say that right? Yeah, for Downingtown Middle School? Okay. Sorry. The names are crack me up. The Come At Me Bro Award goes to Hayden Rivera and Adeline Marcel from Fred S. Engel Middle School. The Easy Rest the Crown Award goes to Daniel Levin. The With Friends Like These awards goes to Graham Kokas and Lucy Chimbellero. The Dramatic Draw Award goes to Savannah Ribeiro. The Fabulous Fool Award goes to Kim Roblero. Ribeiro. Technology, we can change it at a dime. Here we go. Okay, there we go. The Keeping It Together Award goes to Jackson Ogden. The Miss Sassy Pants Award goes to Becca Combs. The Righteous Indignation Award goes to Zach Cross. The Revenge is Sweet Award goes to Lindsay Wutzner. The Comedic Timing Award goes to Maximus Deltweiler. The Rising to the Occasion Award goes to Rox Wolf. The Frenemies Award goes to Katie Blizzard and Emmeline Holland. The Love Struck Lads goes to Eli O'Banion and Zane McCaffrey. The Star-Crossed Lover Award goes to Catherine McKinnon and Sam Serbamanen. The Generous Gestures Award goes to Will Qualman. The Witchy Conspirators Award goes to Anna Thompson, Elizabeth Boyle, and Serena Reese. The Perverse Puck Award goes to Evelyn Crapo. The Conniving Con Man Award goes to Kendra Rivera. The Good Grief Award goes to Michaela Mexel. The Heart of Darkness Award, and I would have to mention, this is the last individual award, right? Yeah, this is the last individual award for today. The Heart of Darkness Award goes to Hadley McConnell. Actually, I think I lied. Yeah? Let me see. Easy Rest to Clown. I don't know if I said that right. I did. Yeah, come at me, bro. Yeah, I did that. Which one? I think I'm good. Yeah. Okay, that concludes this afternoon award ceremony. Thank you guys so much again for your participation. Before you leave, can you make sure that you check your seats, your aisles, and make sure that you do not forget your belonging. And thank you, and I hope that you enjoy the rest of your day, and I hope to see you guys next year. And teachers, I will send out a list of all the awards.